Chapter 31 Silenced. Chapter 31 Silenced. Translator MJ_editor. Millman 97. Kylie had managed to take cover in time, but he did not escape unscathed. A few bullets had grazed past his face, leaving him all bloody. He had been so close to perishing with his squad mates. What the hell was that monster? The long-haired man had also survived, but his condition was far worse. He had been shot in the abdomen and was bleeding profusely. Kylie could hear him groaning in pain. Suddenly, two red lights began to glimmer in the darkness, terrifying the duo who thought that some kind of savage beast was approaching. Paralyzed with fear, they could only watch on as Rover 1 appeared. A robot. Kylie stared at Rover 1 in disbelief. He regretted not trusting his instinct. What should I do now? Kylie's immediate thought was to retreat, but the long-haired man suddenly went berserk and opened fire on the Rover. Die! 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 Clink! Clink! Clank! Clank! Rover 1's thin armor was slowly dented by the barrage. Seeing that his attacks were effective, Kylie and his other remaining teammate began to join the counterattack. Rover 1, tank style, has lost 14 points of armor. Rover 1, tank style, has lost 17 points of armor. As Rover 1's armor was made with inferior materials, it was not tanky at all, and its armor integrity plummeted under the trio's assault. In just a few seconds of barrage, the poor Rover was reduced to a useless hunk of metal. It couldn't be helped. As Han Shao had to work with limited funds, all he had equipped the Rover with were the finger guns. Damn it! Where is Division 13? Suddenly, as if in answer to his prayers, the sound of a marching troop began to fill up the night. Disarm yourselves, someone roared out. Quickly retreat, ordered Kylie immediately. The long-haired man emptied a final magazine onto the Rover furiously before he relented. Okay, let's go. However, right as they were about to flee, the Rover suddenly started to charge towards them as it began to glow. Self-destruction. The deafening explosion set the night ablaze, engulfing the trio. About 50 meters away, Li Hui and his agents were shocked by the massive explosion. Damn it, cursed Feng Jun. This was supposed to be a covert operation. He could already imagine tomorrow's headlines. From the moment that the battle between Han Shao and Raccoon had begun, the situation had already gone out of control. The gunshots alone had already caught the attention of many civilians. However, as they were ordered to act only after the Bee Sting squad appeared, they could only continue waiting in anguish, and it was now too late. Han Shao got to his feet and brushed the sand off his hair. Things were not over yet. Although the other two mercenaries were not as fortunate, Kylie had managed to escape the blast in time. He hastily scrambled to his feet to make a run for it when, suddenly, someone other than Han Shao began to open fire on him. The shooter was none other than Li Hui. Want to steal my kill? Han Shao frowned. He had to be the one to finish Kylie off for the bonus reward. Han Shao began to give chase, and he managed to intercept him effortlessly from the side. Kylie looked at the man who appeared before him with trepidation. The current Han Shao felt like a completely different person than before. Die! Kylie gritted his teeth and raised his gun to fire. However, before he could pull the trigger, Han Shao suddenly began to sway from side to side as he closed in on him like a veteran boxer. Flustered, Kylie fired multiple shots, but they were all either evaded or blocked by the mechanical arm. Not even a single one hit. Kylie was completely overwhelmed. By his estimations, no matter how strong Han Shao was, he would at best be at the level of an elite mercenary. Only a superhuman could possibly move faster than a bullet. However, what Han Shao was doing was equally frightening and hard to believe. He was predicting the trajectory of his shots from just the angle of the gun. It was a feat that only the most experienced of veterans could perform, and even throughout the entire mercenary world, there were only two he knew of that were capable of it. The look of disbelief on Kylie's face amused Han Shao. Compared to that time he piloted a mobile suit through the crossfire of entire fleets, this was just a piece of cake. Click! Kylie inevitably ran out of bullets and he fumbled to reload. However, It was too late as Han Xiao had closed the gap, suddenly appearing in front of him. Paralyzed with fear, Kai Li could only watch on in horror. He could hear Han Xiao's muscles bulge as he stretched his left arm back to prepare for a mighty swing. Han Xiao twisted powerfully, transferring all the force and momentum in his body into his left arm as he unleashed a devastating hook, simultaneously shouting, "Overload!" Black smoke billowed out as the engine of the lightweight mechanical arm blared loudly, sending its gears and piston into overdrive. Its power was boosted by 30%, and Han Xiao smashed it directly into Kai Li's face. Critical hit, crushing blow. Blood splattered everywhere. Kai Li may have survived a number of close calls, but he never stood a chance against this one. When Li Hui and his team arrived, they were greeted by a blood-curdling scene. Kai Li's corpse lay limp on the ground beside a blood-soaked, expressionless Han Xiao, whose mechanical arm was covered in pieces of flesh. Half of his face was illuminated by the fire, while the other half was grimly enshrouded in darkness. As experienced as these agents were, they were unable to remain calm. You have completed the E-Class quest, Hunted, gaining 10,000 experience. You have completed the bonus condition, Kill all 6 assailants. You have gained a skill level up card, Basic. Accept reward, Y/N. No, selected Han Xiao. He could accept it later on. "Don't move!" shouted Li Hui after taking a moment to regain his senses from the initial shock. He raised his gun and pointed it at Han Xiao. Han Xiao calmly took off the lightweight mechanical arm before raising his arms in the air. 2 agents slung a black bag over his head to block his vision before leading him away, presumably to bring him to Division 13. About time, thought Han Xiao to himself. Feng Jun gasped when he looked around to see aftermath of the battle. 6 mercenaries taken out so easily. Is that the power of his machines? Go gather whatever parts he's left behind and notify the police to follow up, ordered Li Hui sternly, after which they escorted Han Xiao to a car. Han Xiao sat in the back seat sandwiched by 2 agents. Although he couldn't see, he could sense that they were on their toes. Although 1 or 2 things didn't go exactly as planned, everything was still within Han Xiao's expectations. It was a quiet ride. The atmosphere amongst the agents was extremely tense, and only the sound of driving could be heard. They had been ordered not to converse with Han Xiao. On the contrary, Han Xiao had looked calm from the very moment that they appeared, which bewildered them. It almost seemed like he had expected them. Raccoon's face darkened as he looked at the aftermath of the battle. "Bring me a laptop," he barked. As soon as he logged in to the underground network and clicked on bounties, he was greeted by Han Xiao's face. 1 million bounty. He's wanted by the Germinal organization. Raccoon's face instantly paled and he slammed the laptop onto the ground in frustration. Damn it, he really did have a bounty on him. And it was issued by the king of the underworld, no less, the Germinal organization. Sometimes ignorance isn't bliss. Now that the dust had cleared, Ma Jie and Huang Mao finally emerged too. Just the sight of the aftermath alone caused them to shake uncontrollably. Raccoon erupted with anger when they came to him. He kicked Ma Jie to the ground, screaming, "Damn you! It's all your fault. I will make you pay for this." Ma Jie clutched his stomach in pain as he shivered helplessly on the ground. "What did I do now?" Suddenly, Raccoon heard the blaring of sirens, and he turned to see 7 or 8 police cars arriving at the entrance. Humph! The ever-late police. Raccoon tidied himself a little bit before going up to receive them. He was not the least bit flustered by their appearance as, from his perspective, he was a victim and he also had connections with them. But before he could say a word, the fully armed officer pressed him to the ground to handcuff him. Raccoon panicked, and as he struggled to break free he shouted, "What are you guys doing to me? I am the victim here. Okay? I know you're Commander's secretary. Stop wasting your strength," replied the officer plainly. "This is Division 13's order." Hearing Division 13 caused Raccoon's eyes to widen with disbelief. Division 13 was involved with important matters relating to the country's security. Why would they come after me? It must have something to do with that damned Han Xiao. Division 13 is helping him? Germinal Trader. Division 13. Star Dragon. Intel. The truth dawned on him. They want to silence me. From the moment that Han Shao had shown him his face, Raccoon's fate was sealed. He set me up. Realizing his impending outcome, Raccoon began to tremble in fear and rage. Han Shao, I curse your ancestors. Meanwhile, Ma Jie, shocked badly by the sudden turn of events, fainted and dropped to the ground. Chapter 32, A Load of Crap. Chapter 32, A Load of Crap. Translator, MJ_editor. Millman 97. When the bag over Han Zhao's head was finally removed, he found himself in a bright room. It took a few seconds for his eyes to adjust to the light. He was seated on a cold metal chair in front of a table. It was a typical interrogation room with a one-way mirror to Han Zhao's side. Two people sat across the table, Li Hui and Feng Jun. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an intelligence officer from the Strategic Defense Division of Star Dragon, spoke Feng Jun. This is not the first time we have met. Do you remember me? I remember, replied Han Shao nonchalantly. The man with the very big wallet. Feng Jun was speechless. Can you not bring that up? Division 13, Li Hui. Introduced Li Hui. Both his expression and his manner of speech were stone cold. Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Division consisted of 13 sections in total and was referred to as Division 13. Should we call you Han Shao, or Zero? Feng Jun asked. Whatever you like. Cut the crap, interrupted Li Hui. Explain why the Germinal organization has $1 million bounty on you and tell us everything you know. Why should I tell you? Asked a bemused Han Shao. Li Hui laughed coldly in response. What do you think this place is? If we want you to talk, you have to talk. So what if I don't? Taunted Han Shao. Shoot me? Do you think I wouldn't dare? Barked Li Hui. Enough, enough. Calm down. Han Shao, you should know we are with the government. If you cooperate, we won't treat you badly. Han Shao smiled and shifted in his seat to adopt a more comfortable posture before replying. Good cop, bad cop. How outdated is this tactic? Can you at least try something different? I, for one, have a thing for pretty girls. Having to talk to two stern old men is such a turn-off. Service with a smile. Understand? Come on, smile. Han Shao hit the nail on the spot, taking Feng Jun aback. Feng Jun coughed dryly and communicated with Li Hui through a glance, who understood the message. He abruptly stood up in an act of anger and pointed at Han Shao as he shouted, This is not a place for you to try and act funny. I have the power to imprison you for as long as I want. How scary, mocked Han Shao before suddenly wiping the smile off his face and adding, I'm from the Germinal organization. Threats? Do you think such things will work on me? Come on, you're making fools out of yourselves. If you want us to cooperate, sure. Show me your sincerity. Get someone qualified enough to speak to me. You two aren't. As Han Shao finished his sentence, he tugged onto his restraints, slamming the chair so loudly that it echoed out in the tiny room. Feng Jun and Li Hui looked at each other. Their task was only to get a grasp on Han Zhao's position, and Han Shao knew this well, which was why he was acting fearless on purpose to declare that he still had something up his sleeve. Suddenly, a deep voice was transmitted through the speaker in the interrogation room. As you wish, I will talk with you. Who are you? Asked Han Shao as he turned to the obvious one-way mirror. Division 13 Intelligence Director. Do I qualify to speak to you? I guess you will do, Han Shao nonchalantly replied. Both Li Hui and Feng Jun's eyes twitched. What a shameless person. The intelligence director let it slide and started to ask, You just said that you are from the Germinal organization. I was. Han Shao corrected him mid-speech. So, you have deserted? Yes. What was your position? A logistics research personnel. What did you research? Machinery and weapons. You are lying, cut the intelligence director. How can that explain your $1 million bounty? Han Shao smiled. He had expected this very question. Rather than call me a liar, haven't you guys already assumed that I possess some kind of valuable intel? Isn't that why you've been investigating me from a distance? he replied. Intel can indeed be used as a weapon, but only in the right hands. I left my trail exposed to prove my willingness to cooperate. I am not your enemy. The Germinal organization is, and they are my enemy too. Why should we even bother to cooperate with you? Asked the intelligence director in reply. Look around you, you are in our territory. We have all sorts of tools to make you talk. Han Shao paused to smile calmly for a moment before suddenly saying, Message log. Galaxy Calendar Year 687. 14th of June. Signal location. Planet Aquamarine. Destination. Planet Blackstar's 8th base. The contents of this message are top secret. The intelligence director remained silent for a full 10 minutes. Li Hui and Feng Jun gave a start when they realized that although what Han Shao had spoken of made no sense to them, it was clearly valuable intel to the director, who in turn had to go relay the information to the top brass for further instruction. After the long wait, the intelligence director spoke through the speaker again. This time, though, he sounded extremely serious. Are you sure? He asked directly. How would I know of Blackstar otherwise? Fine. The intelligence director was wearing a grave expression. If the intel that Han Shao had given him was actually true, it was extremely crucial to not only Star Dragon, but the entire planet. Han Shao smirked. He had obviously come well prepared. In the exploration era, there existed 3 galactic powers who had been warring for tens of thousands of years. Although it took a long time, the 3 powers eventually came to an agreement and ceased their fighting. They agreed to work together for peace, order, and advancement. The universe was extremely vast. It was filled with countless stars and far more life forms that thrived in every corner. Large amounts of data and information were constantly being broadcast throughout the universe via technology, and the amalgamation of the thoughts and wills of all life in the universe gave rise to a phenomenon known as the whispers of the universe. Although the universe did appear calm and static on the surface, it was, in fact, bustling with activity. All kinds of civilizations underwent the same phase, from admiring space to wondering if they were the only ones. In their hubris, they would conquer their respective galaxies before entering the vast universe, thinking that they were the destined ones, only to find that they were not alone, and definitely not special at all. The explored universe could be seen as divided into numerous sectors. For example, the Shattered Belt, the Ancient Starfield, the Silver Spiral, and the Sea of Purity. A sector comprised of dozens of star clusters, each containing numerous galaxies that in turn housed planetary systems or star systems that were number-coded, homes to the innumerable planets. Together, they formed the thrilling universal landscape of the game Galaxy. Shattered Belt, Colton Group, the Garden Ninth System, Planet Aquamarine. This was basically Aquamarine's place in the vast universe. Its precise coordinates would take a combination of words and numbers derived using complex math to describe. The interstellar power that had come into contact with Aquamarine was an advanced civilization of the Garden, the Kidolas. The Black Star that Han Shao referred to was originally a part of the Kidolas, but they broke away in an attempt to seize power and were now bitter enemies. The world of Galaxy was massive, and many powers and civilizations were constantly at odds with one another. A civilization's degree of advancement largely depended on its space travel capabilities. As the Kidolas could freely travel between systems without relying on wormholes or stargates created by even advanced civilizations, they were considered a galactic civilization, a few levels higher than Planet Aquamarine. If the Germinal organization had actually come into contact with Blackstar and gained their support, things would be extremely grim for the Six Nations. An evil power like them paid no heed to the exploration rules laid down by the 3 powers. The Universal Treaty, currently in its 7th revised edition. The fact that Aquamarine had been contacted by an interstellar power was top-secret information withheld by the Six Nations. Hence, the intelligence director believed Han Shao to be speaking the truth, and this was what made him extremely nervous. However, the truth was that the Germinal organization had made no such contact with Blackstar. Han Shao simply made it up because it was impossible to verify anyway. It was a sly tactic to get them to not only value him, but also take action against the Germinal organization. Furthermore, it would help him complete his main quest, so why not? All the beginner planets were situated quite far away from each other. However, there were specialized galactic tourism services that one could get in touch with as long as he had a device capable of interstellar transmission. They would automatically locate the transmission and come to the buyer. As long as one had enough money, even having a full tour across the entire universe was not impossible. After all, if players on different planets weren't able to come together, how would competitions and tournaments be held in Galaxy? Most game events were held on neutral or uninhabited planets. "Get me a map of Star Dragon and a pen," asked Han Xiao suddenly. Feng Jun went to fetch the items and put them on the table. Han Xiao picked up the pen and circled 3 locations on the map, saying briefly, "These are 3 of the Germinal organization's secret bases in Star Dragon. Treat it as my proof of sincerity." "You only know 3? Han Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly. "Of course not. But you can go check these ones out first. We can talk more after." "What are your conditions?" asked the intelligence director at long last. Feng Jun and Li Hui closely watched Han Xiao in anticipation. "I just want us to work together against Germinal," replied Han Xiao with a mysterious smile. "That's all?" thought the director to himself. "I will relay our conversation to the higher-ups. Sorry, but you'll have to continue staying here for the time being." Click. The mic was turned off. Han Xiao frowned as he shook around his handcuffs. "Don't take too long. I only have a day off." Chapter 33, His Worth. Chapter 33, His Worth. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. The director, vice director, 13 section heads, and some other top brass of Division 13 quickly assembled in the conference room to discuss how to proceed with Han Xiao. Han Xiao possesses knowledge of vital information. With his help, we will be able to launch precise attacks on the Germinal organization's bases. He is a mechanic and has demonstrated combat ability on par with elite agents. He is willing to cooperate. Read the intelligence head from a compiled report. "I believe that we can put some trust in him and work together," he added. After a few seconds of uncertain silence, the Internal Affairs Minister was the first to raise his objection. "No way. What if the intel he gives us is false?" Division 13 was split into 2 factions. The hardliners, led by the Internal Affairs Minister, and the conservatives, led by the Intelligence Minister. The 2 factions sat separately. "That is very unlikely," answered the Intelligence Minister. "He is a deserter of the Germinal organization, and only stands a chance to live if he gains our protection. There is no reason to doubt his willingness to cooperate. For all you know, it could just be an elaborate act." The Internal Affairs Ministers shot back. "I suggest we detain him and extract the intel from him by force. Division 13 doesn't need to negotiate with anyone." "You are being ridiculous. Such measures are uncalled for. Han Xiao has already demonstrated his sincerity to us. What we should be doing is accepting it and working together against the common enemy. That is what a coward would do. You are the definition of brainless." Under the leadership of their respective spokesmen, the other members from the 2 factions began to engage in an exchange of insults. Although both factions valued the intel that Han Xiao possessed, one faction wanted to befriend him and work together, while the other faction saw him as a potential threat. The squabble looked like it was almost about to escalate into a brawl. The director and vice director simply watched on. The director was the person with the most power in Division 13, while the vice director was actually a bureaucrat tasked by the higher-ups to perform supervision. He was also referred to as the administrative director. It wouldn't be unusual for there to be power struggles for the director position in an institution like Division 13, but the vice director actually couldn't be bothered with much at all. Take now, for example. He had been sitting still from the start without uttering a single word, as though his spirit had left his body and was on a tour of the world. He was probably even more concerned with what he would have for dinner later on. Well, if you consider that his ambitious predecessor had ended up mysteriously charged with treason, wanting to maintain a low profile was understandable. The director, on the other hand, was a dignified-looking man who commanded respect. He contemplated for a moment before speaking his mind. "Since you want to both cooperate with him and control him, isn't there a perfect solution?" Let's recruit him to the department. The bickering crowd instantly broke up. Silence ensued. The hardliners stared at the director blankly. What the heck? Absolutely no way. What if Han Zhao's motive was precisely to infiltrate us? That goes against our secrecy policy. The director suddenly bellowed. We'll settle it the way we always do. We'll have a vote. The conservatives rejoiced. Aside from the one neutral minister, each faction had exactly 6 people. With the director's vote, they would most likely win it. On the other hand, the hardliners were panicking. Suddenly, the internal affairs minister spoke. I think that the logistics department will suit him well. Not only will it maximize his usefulness as a mechanic, we will be able to keep him under close watch since he will be inside the headquarters. He had already resigned himself to the inevitable. For once, the conservatives agreed with him. The logistics department was indeed the best option as Han Zhao would be confined to the HQ. However, the director suddenly cut in. Since we are going to make use of his talents anyway, might as well assign him to the covert ops department. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly froze. All the ministers turned and looked towards the neutral minister, the covert ops minister who had been in the middle of yawning. What? Me? Then it's settled, decided the director as he slammed the table. Words and actions may be deceiving, but motives are not. We'll let him join the covert ops department after verifying the locations he's disclosed. The ministers all facepalmed themselves. Whatever makes you happy, boss. The vice director yawned to break the silence. Time to finish up already? What's on the canteen menu today? After the conference, the intelligence minister and the logistics minister proceeded to the logistics department together to examine the lightweight mechanical arm. They were interested to see Han Zhao's craftsmanship to gain insight on him. The personnel they had tasked with conducting the examination was Luo Xian, the ace of the logistics department. He was the top machinery studies student of his year at the Western Capital University and had been recruited directly into Division 13, where his continued excellence earned him the favor of his higher-ups. There were plans to transfer him to the covert ops department. He was flawless apart from being too arrogant. Begin. Luo Xian began to get to work with the lightweight mechanical arm, but he suddenly stopped and reported, "It's encrypted." Machines were commonly installed with encryption to prevent unauthorized disassembly and reverse engineering. The basic assembly knowledge that Han Zhao possessed came with the method to install such encryption. The encryption that he had installed would take an E-class mechanic to crack. Evidently, Han Zhao had anticipated this series of events. Rover 1 was also encrypted. Not that it mattered since it had self-destructed. Can you crack it? Asked the intelligence director. No problem, replied the confident Luo Xian. He didn't think that it was possible for an unknown mechanic to make a lock that he, a genius, couldn't crack. 20 minutes later, however, he had not made any progress and was sweating profusely. 4-layered encryption. Is the bastard who made this machine crazy or something? A 4-layered encryption was extremely complex to crack as the slightest error would cause the machine's internals to disintegrate, rendering it useless. Luo Xian was at a loss of how to proceed. The intelligence director's face had long since darkened. Can you crack it or not? Don't waste my time. Luo Xian suppressed his irritation and, through gritted teeth, replied, This encryption is too complex. I need more time. Enough. I don't have the time to wait for you. Just tell me your thoughts on the arm. Luo Xian's face darkened in displeasure and he replied, frustrated. The craftsmanship itself is nothing special. Only the encryption was well made. Feels like the creator is some bumpkin who treats garbage like treasure. The intelligence director's eyes twitched, but he left without saying anything else. His men retrieved the lightweight mechanical arm. His next plan was to perform actual combat testing at the germinal bases that Han Zhao had revealed to them. He was actually more interested in the Rover. It was a shame it was burnt beyond recognition. Division May 13th have been powerful and mighty, but one could never have enough new weapons. The research department is always allocated with the largest cut of the budget, yet those useless fools only know how to create useless crap like double-sided sticky bombs, curved guns that don't work at all, and fake nipples to hide poison needles. They even have male and female versions. The Covert Ops department had borne a grudge against the research team ever since 2 of their agents were self-poisoned due to a wardrobe malfunction. Meanwhile, the director was making a phone call to the tall old man. "I have ensured that Han Xiao will join the Covert Ops team. Good work." "Thank you." "Old man, is he really worth doing all this for?" asked the director curiously. "Heh. Intel is not all he has to offer. I have a feeling that he will play a crucial role in the battle against the Germinal organization." Chapter 34, Covert Operation. Chapter 34, Covert Operation. Translator, MJ_editor. Millman 97. Elsewhere, ruined skyscrapers crawled with vines. Below, the streets were cold and empty, and fragments of broken glass littered the line of stores. The stores were in an utter mess. Clearly, they had been plundered. A piece of yellowed newspaper from who knows what year danced about on the streets, carried by the faint wind. Moonlight filtered through the thick cloud of dust to lend the city some of its luster. The city's only source of light. This was an abandoned city. It had once belonged to a great nation, but even this great nation no longer existed, and its people had moved to other places. The living conditions here were so poor that even wanderers avoided this place. Countless other cities had been similarly abandoned over the last few decades of change. As soon as the people left, though, these forsaken jungles of concrete and steel became flourishing grounds for vegetation. According to Han Zhao's intel, the Germinal organization had 3 bases within Star Dragon territory. One of them was located here. The nation's top brass had been both shocked and angered to learn of the presence of Germinal bases in the country. Within 24 hours, troops had been dispatched from the nearest military bases to attack. Currently, the city was being bombarded. Over a dozen armored military vehicles had entered the city, and the sound of gunfire and cannon fire was incessant. Screams filled the night. However, the surface battle was just a diversion. 3 Covert Ops agents had been tasked to infiltrate the base. They'd just arrived at a side entrance. Li Yilin was an agent with level 4 clearance. A beautiful, young woman with extremely fair skin. She wore a yellow hoodie on top of black compression tights that accentuated her sexy, nosebleed-inducing body. She had an athletic build. Li Yilin held her hands up in the air as she stretched her back, demonstrating impressive flexibility in the beautifully arced, well-proportioned body of hers. She was clearly the most carefree and energetic of the trio. She stopped chewing on her bubblegum to complain. "I was finally able to take a break because of my leader's injury, but they call me back so suddenly for an emergency mission. Are agents not humans?" Lambert continued to polish his dagger silently. Lambert was the ace of a top-secret, unofficial squad during his time in the military, and he had been secretly transferred to the Covert Ops department after his discharge. He wore a military-style uniform, and on top of the dozen or so daggers strapped across his waist, there was a black sniper rifle across his back. This mission seems to be very important," stammered Li Yao, a 1.7 meters tall man who looked extremely young. He was the hacker of this 3-man cell and carried a bag filled with the team's tools. He was in the midst of hacking the door. It didn't take him too long. The trio exchanged glances before entering. Li Yilin led the front while Lambert took the rear. They hacked through numerous high-tech gates effortlessly as they made their way to the server room. The Germinal organization was very careful with its information. Once a base was compromised, they would cut off its access to their network, delete all traces of data, and activate an EMP blast to destroy the hardware. Hence, they had always remained elusive to the 6 nations, until Han Xiao arrived. The trio swiftly arrived at Basement 2, where the server room was located. Suddenly, Lin Yao, who was monitoring the hacked feed, began to exclaim, "There are guards approaching from behind the..." Before he could finish his sentence, a team of guards appeared in their sights. Li Yilin was the quickest to react. She burst forward so quickly that the guards weren't even able to draw their guns in time. Leaping gracefully into the air, Lin Yilin performed a mid-air split to kick the front 2 guards in their heads, snapping their necks instantly. Her power was just as impressive as her flexibility. She landed on her hands and used them as a pivot to spin her entire body. Her legs began to glow yellow as she extended them while spinning, easily sweeping through the crowd of guards. Pugilist. The last remaining guard was about to call for reinforcements when a streak of silver flashed across the corridor. A dagger pierced his throat, ending his life. Lin Yulin and Lambert had effortlessly eliminated the fully equipped squad of guards. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor turned red as sirens began to wail. "We've been discovered. There is a large number of guards heading towards us. The base is being locked down," exclaimed Lin Yao. "Hurry up and hack the server room's doors." "I'm already on it. I need at least 3 minutes, but the guards will arrive in less than a minute. I can't bypass the firewall in such a short time." "Sorry," replied a profusely sweating Lin Yao as he frantically typed away at an unbelievable speed. Very soon, they could hear the sound of footsteps coming from both ends of the corridor. There was no place to hide in the corridor. Although Li Yulin and Lambert were confident of killing their way out, the mission seemed like a lost cause. freewebnovel.com. "Oh right, didn't they give us some new equipment?" recalled Li Yulin suddenly. She hastily retrieved a long black case from Lin Yao's bag and opened it to reveal a metallic mechanical arm. The lightweight mechanical arm. "How is this thing supposed to be used? Did you guys read the manual?" "Slide your left arm through it and activate it with your thumb," replied Lin Yao hastily. "I don't know if it will explode though. I mean, it is the research department." It was well known throughout Division 13 that anything the research department produced was risky to use. "We don't have a choice." Li Yulin gritted her teeth as she slid her hand into the mechanical arm. The mechanical arm started to whirl. "I'm fine," she rejoiced, a look of amazement on her face. She smashed the mechanical arm into the steel door and discovered to her surprise that it had caused a huge dent, so she continued to throw punches at it. 20 seconds later, right as the guards arrived, the door was blasted open. The trio hurriedly entered the room. That was close. Li Yao immediately got to work. Digital lockdown was 57% complete. If he were fast enough, he would not only be able to make a backup of the base's data, but also use its access to hack directly into Germinal Organization's vaults. With the room acting as a fort, Lin Yulin and Lambert were able to put their fearsome combat abilities to full use. Li Yanlin glowed with a yellow aura as she swiftly and gracefully dispatched of the invading guards with a metal baton on top of the lightweight mechanical arm. Her blows were so powerful that they shattered the guards' bones through their bulletproof armor. Meanwhile, Lambert was throwing his daggers out from inside the room. They rebounded to find their marks with frightening accuracy. The pair was causing a massive number of casualties. Although the guards numbered over 100, they were unable to do anything. Suddenly, the network access and power supply were cut off, and the whole place turned dark. "Charge out!" yelled Li Yulin. Lambert and Lin Yao followed closely as they battled their way out. Screams filled the base. When they finally escaped, Lin Yao collapsed feebly to the ground, still shaking in fear. Li Yulin and Lambert seemed accustomed to the sight. Li Yulin fiddled around with the lightweight mechanic arm. She had grown fond of it. "I wonder who invented this mechanical arm. Could it be that Luo Xian?" she wondered aloud. "Who knows, but I did hear that he is slated to join Covert Ops." "It's possible," conjectured Lin Yao as Li Yanlin gazed lovingly upon it. Chapter 35 Han Xiao. Chapter 35 Han Xiao. Translator. MJ_editor. Millman 97. The battle lasted for 2 hours, and it was Stardragon's most successful operation to date. Not only did they destroy an entire Germinal base, they also managed to collect large amounts of data. The top brass in Division 13 were pleased, and it wouldn't have been possible without Han Zhao's intel. However, Han Zhao's past and the Black Star issue remained a mystery as the information that Lin Yao had collected naturally had no mention of them. The Black Star message log was fabricated, while the Valkyrie experiments were top secret. Back at headquarters, Li Yulin reluctantly returned the lightweight mechanical arm. "Was the mechanical arm useful?" her superior asked. Li Yulin nodded. "It's all thanks to it that our mission was a success." "Who created it?" That I can't tell you. Yalin's eyes sparkled. Freewebnovel.com. That will depend on the higher-ups. Li Yalin gave up with harassing her tight-lipped superior and headed to the logistics department to look for Luo Xian. The covert ops insignia on her chest ensured her smooth passage, ignoring the ongoing commotion caused by her very presence. Although all the departments in Division 13 were equal in status, the covert ops department was full of beautiful elite agents, so they were looked up to by all the other departments. Li Yalin suddenly turned around to the crowd following her and loudly declared, "I'm looking for Luo Xian." Everyone looked towards Luo Xian enviously, singling him out. "Is Secret Ops here to recruit me?" he wondered. Suppressing his excitement, he answered, "I am Luo Xian. How should I address you?" "Li Yalin." "What can I help you with?" asked Luo Xian. "Are you the one who invented that mechanical arm?" "Mechanical arm?" Luo Xian immediately thought of the lightweight mechanical arm that had caused him to lose face. Could it have malfunctioned? Luo Xian celebrated inwardly. "Was there some kind of problem?" he asked with a straight face. "Nothing like that. I just found it very useful. I want to make a personal order." Luo Xian froze in embarrassment as snickers broke out in the crowd. He had been ranting loudly about how worthless he thought the mechanical arm was to the whole department. "I didn't invent it," he replied with a forced smile. "Then say so earlier. What a waste of my time." Luo Xian's face darkened. Suddenly, Feng Jun, who had been passing by, came over and said, "The inventor's identity is top secret. Please refrain from guessing or discussing it." Li Yanlin was startled. Top secret? As the crowd dispersed, all Luo Xian could think about was the threat that this mysterious mechanic posed to him. "I will not let him have a good time if he joins the logistics department." Elsewhere in a secret facility. "Boss? Base 45 has been destroyed." "By whom?" "Star Dragon." "How did they learn of our base?" "Not sure." The Germinal organization's bases were scattered all across the globe. However, only a few of them were situated within the territory of the Six Nations, and those key bases virtually hibernated all year round to prevent detection. How could they have discovered our base? Is there a spy amongst us? Only a handful of higher-ups in the organization knew the locations of their secret bases. It would be devastating if any of them turned traitor. The boss decided that he would have to conduct a purge. Of course, Han Xiao did come to his mind. However, he ruled him out as it didn't seem possible for Han Xiao to have accessed top-secret information as a lowly test subject. Still, the thought of Han Xiao caused his blood to boil. It had been a while since the bounty was issued, yet there was still no news of him. "You sure can run fast, but I'll squash you sooner or later. Enjoy your remaining days while you can." The boss laughed coldly. "Han Xiao has been missing for 3 days now. Where did he go?" Lu Qian was anxiously pacing up and down. "Did he lose his way? It's all my fault. I should have gotten him a mobile phone. You said he's a foreigner, right? He doesn't even know this place well. What should I do?" "Be optimistic. Maybe he just died," consoled Old Man Lu. Grandpa, why are you so biased against him?" Old Man Lu continued picking his nose leisurely. An idea crossed Lu Qian's mind. "Grandpa, help me ask someone to look for him," she pleaded. "You wish," snorted her grandpa. "Ha! When you stole my books, did you remember that I am your grandpa? That's not important at all. I'm sorry. Forgive me? No way. You really won't help?" "I won't help." Suddenly, Lu Qian smiled shrewdly. "Then I'll help you sell all the fine wine that you've been hiding underneath the floor in your bedroom." "What are you talking about? Is your grandpa such a petty person? You just want to find him, right?" I'll do it." Old Man Lu instantly changed his tune. "Thank you, Grandpa," replied Lu Qian with the widest smile. Old Man Lu sighed. He proceeded to make a phone call to the tall old man. "Oi, old man, was Han Xiao taken away by you guys?" "You guessed. What did he do?" "He didn't do anything. We just want to work with him. If he didn't do anything, then let him go right now, or else my granddaughter is going to ruin my wine collection. I can't. It's against the rules." "Cut the bullshit. You are the one who sets the rules. You still owe me one for the last time, remember? I don't care. Just release Han Xiao now. The tall, old man rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right, I got it. Old man Lu unhappily put the phone down. Why do I have to help that bugger? He sighed, reminded of his own past. Chapter 36 New Blueprints and New Terms. Chapter 36 New Blueprints and New Terms. Translator MJ_editor Millman 97. Han Xiao had been living in a luxurious one-man cell for the past 3 days. He didn't seem the least bit worried about his situation. Instead, he was more concerned with getting stronger. He was currently consulting the interface. Having accumulated a total of 90,000 experience recently, he decided to level basic combat LV 8 to LV 9 before redeeming the skill level up card. A glowing bronze card appeared in Han Xiao's hand. With a thought, it dissipated into countless light particles that entered his forehead. Han Xiao shuddered as a surge of energy welled up from within. When it stabilized, Han Xiao could feel that he had become stronger. Basic combat LV 10 max. Plus 10% damage unarmed. Plus 2 STR. Plus 1 END. Many skills gave stat bonuses at certain levels. The level cap is just the beginning. Although Han Xiao's character level couldn't be increased any further for now, there were other ways to become stronger. Basic combat has been raised to max level. You have gained 1 talent point. Alright, I have 16 talent points now. Han Xiao also used some experience to raise basic shooting to LV 8, leaving him with 20,000 experience that he intended to gamble on blueprints. While blueprints could be sold to other players for money and experience back in the game, NPC trading was monopolized by unions and guilds due to quotas. Of course, that was not a problem for Han Xiao now, since he literally had no competitors. He intended to develop a large clientele, starting with Division 13. Proceed with Talent Fusion. Basic Weaponry plus Basic Assembly. Y/N. This combination will use 10,000 experience. Confirm. Congratulations. You have discovered Foldable Machete. Proceed with Talent Fusion. Basic Weaponry plus Basic Material Composition. Y/N. This combination will use 10,000 experience. Confirm. Congratulations. You have discovered High Explosive Gunpowder. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. High explosive gunpowder was one of the better discoveries possible. Not only were its applications manifold, it was not hard to craft at all with the required knowledge. It had been one of the most traded goods back in the game. The foldable machete, on the other hand, was a disappointing discovery. As its name suggested, it was simply a machete with a foldable blade. It was clearly a weapon for beginners, and Han Xiao could have easily come up with something like this even without the blueprint. If only I had discovered some long-range weapon instead of this. At least I got something decent. Nevertheless, as it was something new to Aquamarine, it was not completely worthless. Just because all mechanics learnt the same knowledge did not mean that they would create the same things. Before Han Xiao had transmigrated, tons of discoveries and inventions were still being made on a regular basis. Granted, not all of them were practical, but they at least gave rise to possibilities. Han Xiao would have to make do and work with these 2 blueprints. During his time in the Germinal organization, he had managed to accumulate 60,000 experience. He would definitely be able to earn much more here in Star Dragon after joining Division 13. Suddenly, the interface lit up. Class A mission. Fall of the Germinal. Progress rate 1.6%. Looks like Division 13 has made their move. Han Xiao was surprised by the number. Logically speaking, with how massive and powerful the Germinal organization was, even destroying one of their bases shouldn't have that much of an impact on them as a whole. In the game, the war between the Germinal organization and the Six Nations had mostly been a back and forth, with neither side being able to hold a clear advantage. There was, however, a point of time in which the Six Nations were able to corner the Germinal organization, and victory seemed all but assured. Yet, they were unable to end the war as the Germinal organization had a trump card up its sleeve. Protocol Doomsday. Hence, completing the mission would be impossible, unless Han Shao could somehow shut the protocol down. The Doomsday Protocol was a last resort, and although it saved the organization from destruction, many germinal members were disillusioned and swayed as a result. Most of the people who join the germinal organization are people who hold a grudge against the Six Nations and believe in the promise of a new government. However, none of them would truly want to see the world burn. If I could expose the truth. Han Shao shook his head. It was way too early for him to be thinking of such things. A few moments later, Feng Jun finally returned. He brought Han Shao back to the interrogation room where the intelligence minister came to talk with him again. The locations of the bases have been confirmed. We believe in your sincerity now. The higher-ups have decided to make you a member of Division 13. I did it. Inwardly, Han Shao sighed in relief. Looks like getting on good terms with the tall oldie has paid off, he thought to himself. He knew that the tall old man definitely had a hand in this. And the department has decided that you will join covert ops. You will be assigned to a squad. What? Han Zhao's expression spoke of his grievances. The dawn of the new era had seen the loss of countless lives, resulting in a lack of manpower and talent. While this resulted in the Six Nations having to loosen their recruitment criteria across the board, the covert ops department could never be compromised. This definitely has to be the tall old man's doing, thought Han Shao. Does he like me that much? Of course, being able to join covert ops was a good thing. Not only would Han Shao be able to get to know stronger, more influential people, he would also be able to directly partake in key events that would occur in Star Dragon. The interface lit up. You have unlocked reputation with a new faction. Your reputation with Star Dragon Strategic Defense Division has increased by 300. Star Dragon Strategic Defense Division, Division 13 Neutral, 300/1000, Level 1 Clearance. There were 8 levels of reputation. Hated, hostile, opposed, unfriendly, neutral, friendly, honored, and revered. 300 reputation was net Ural. Most factions required a friendly reputation to access contribution benefits. Feng Jun passed a black mobile phone to Han Shao as he coughed, saying, "From today onwards, I will be your liaison. Never turn this off." "Oh, okay. It's not actually important, right?" remarked Han Shao aloofly. "Why are you always so unpleasant to talk to?" It was a plain-looking phone with a plain-looking interface, and was only capable of making calls and sending messages. Han Shao played with the phone in his hands as he asked, "It's secure, right?" "Rest assured, it's encrypted." "One more thing," interjected the intelligence minister. "I hope that you can give us your machinery blueprints, including the ones for the lightweight mechanical arm and that rover you used. Although giving them the blueprints would earn him contribution points, it would also result in him losing monopoly over them. Division 13 would definitely mass-produce them." Han Shao shook his head in refusal, and the minister simply shrugged. At the end of the day, what they truly valued was the intel that Han Shao possessed. If he was unwilling to give them the blueprints, then so be it. "Oh right, what if an agent makes a private order with me?" he asked. "We have no rules against that," answered the minister to Han Zhao's delight. Feng Jun proceeded to pull a black bag over Han Zhao's head once more. Chapter 37 Dirty Mind. Chapter 37 Dirty Mind. Translator MJ_editor. Millman 97. The car stopped, and Han Shao was pushed out with the black bag still over his head. When the car began to speed off, Han Shao removed the black bag to find himself a few streets away from the workshop. When he looked up, he could see several glistening moons in the night sky. "TSK. Why all the secrecy?" he muttered to himself. Nevertheless, Han Shao was feeling quite pleased for having accomplished his goal. He hummed merrily as he made his way back to the workshop. It was only when he reached the entrance that it dawned on him that going missing for 3 days would be hard to explain. Han Shao stepped inside the workshop to see an anxious Lu Qian pacing back and forth. For some reason, she became enraged at the sight of him. "Why did you only come back now? Do you know how worried I've been? You're a foreigner. I thought something might have happened to you." Han Shao put on his Did something happen? Expression and stared at her blankly. What exactly were you doing? Taking a stroll. Can you at least try to come up with a better excuse? I thought. It's quite a good excuse. A gunfight at the junkyard was reported on the news yesterday. I thought you got caught in it or something and… Lu Qian began nagging. Being nagged at did not irritate Han Xiao at all. On the contrary, it gave him a warm and fuzzy feeling. However, Old Man Lu appeared to ruin the moment. You came back alive? How disappointing. I'll get you a mobile phone over the next few days. The cost will be deducted from your salary, said Lu Qian. There's no need. I already have one, replied Han Xiao as he whipped the black mobile phone out, although they had told him not to share the number with anyone else. Screw Division 13. When he saw the black phone, Old Man Lu gave a start. He pulled Han Xiao away to a corner. This is a Division 13 phone. You joined Division 13. So you know what this is. Humph. Since you've joined Division 13. Get the hell out of my workshop. You can leave if you want to. I'm not leaving. How dare you talk to me like that? Why would you even want to dash? Old Man Lu suddenly paused. Are you trying to woo my granddaughter? He glowered. No. Han Xiao hastily answered. Suddenly, however, Old Man Lu's expression grew strange. Hey little Han, now that I think about it, my granddaughter is not that young anymore. What do you think about her? Han Xiao immediately stiffened up. Old Lu, as the saying goes, a stolen melon is not sweet. But at least you would have a melon. Besides, we need a boy to carry on the family name. Don't drag me into your family tree. Heh. Strike while the iron is hot. There is only so much I can help you with, he added while patting Han Xiao on the shoulder before heading upstairs, leaving Han Xiao utterly bewildered. Old people who want descendants are scary. Han Xiao turned around, and to his horror, Lu Qian had been standing behind him the entire time. She stared at Han Xiao with big, bright eyes that seemed to be on the verge of tears. This is a misunderstanding. Jerk. Lu Qian covered her blushing face and ran upstairs. It's not like that. For Luo Xian, the next few days were restless ones. He was afraid that Han Xiao would join the logistics department and steal the limelight from him. When it finally got to his head, he went to find a director to ask about Han Xiao. His information is classified. The big-bellied logistics director, who always wore a smile on his face, said when he asked. All I can tell you is that he's joined Division 13. Luo Xian's heart sank when he heard the news. Will he join logistics or research? The director shook his head. Neither. He's joined covert ops. He'll start in a few days. The news stunned Luo Xian. How could some unknown guy who popped out of nowhere be directly recruited into secret ops? I've worked my ass for so many years, yet I'm still in research? This is unfair. 1 week after the junkyard incident, the underworld bosses of the 6 other districts gathered together to discuss an important issue, the disappearance of Raccoon. Through piecing together bits of the puzzle, they were able to uncover that Division 13 had a hand in it, and this shocked all of them. What exactly did Raccoon do to incur the wrath of the mighty lion? Raccoon must have offended Division 13 somehow. He is probably dead already, declared the boss of District 2, who had initiated the meeting. All of the bosses present had grave expressions. Although they usually acted high and mighty in front of their subordinates, they all knew that Division 13 could easily wipe any one of them out. They were really just small-time hoodlums. After all, the Western capital was the seat of the government, and they were just sewer rats hiding around. In fact, they could not even be compared to the intelligence and firearms brokers in the slums. At least those people had powerful backers. Who wants to take over District 7? Asked the District 2 boss. Everyone remained silent. No one. Although the bosses usually fought amongst one another for territory, none of them dared to take over District 7 without understanding why Division 13 had taken action. Fine. Then we will leave it open to new blood. Now that Raccoon was removed from the picture, there would definitely be ambitious people in his gang rising up to seize power. Of course, it was not that they were willing to let a new rival emerge. Instead, as the situation in District 7 was still unclear, They were just waiting to see what would happen. It would not be too late to get rid of the new boss as soon as everything stabilized. Han Zhao's life in the workshop returned to normal. After a few days, he asked for an advance of his first month's pay to order some materials from Division 13. At present, he was examining a dark red bullet lying on his palm. It was carved with flame patterns. High-explosive bullet. Causes an explosion in a 3-meter radius upon hitting the target. Although it was a very simple description, it was actually extremely powerful. High-explosive bullets incorporated extremely flammable incendiary gels and gases that could ignite far easier than traditional armor-piercing ammunition. They would explode immediately upon coming into contact with air, and the bullet itself would also be consumed in the explosion, leaving nothing behind. The method to craft the incendiary agents was described in detail in the blueprint, and although Han Zhao was not able to understand it well, as he had not learnt basic chemistry yet, he was still able to craft it by following the instructions. From handgun bullets to sniper bullets, over the next few days, Han Zhao crafted dozens of high-explosive bullets. He also used some good quality metal to craft a 2.5 kilograms, 0.65 m foldable knife with 13 to 19 damage. It was an entirely black knife with a triangular tipped edge, and while it was not really ideal for combat, it did have some practical uses. Han Zhao used the experience he gained from crafting the high explosives and the foldable knife to raise Machinery Affinity Novice to LV 4. Machinery Affinity Novice had a level cap of 5, which would take Han Zhao 15,000 experience. His basic shooting was now LV 8, and that would take another 45,000 experience to level up. In all, Han Zhao just needed 60,000 more experience to gain 2 more talent points. Each of the 6 nations possessed different types of advanced knowledge that they used to entice powerful people to work for them. On planet Aquamarine, there was only advanced knowledge for 3 of the 5 main classes: Pugilist, Mechanic, and Esper. While no beginner planet possessed advanced knowledge of all 5 main classes, newcomers were always sent to planets based on their inputted preferences. While Division 13 possessed advanced mechanic knowledge, it was only accessible to revered allies. There was still a long way to go before Han Zhao became revered with Division 13. Ever since the night that Han Zhao returned to the workshop, Lu Qian had not once looked at him directly in the eye, and would blush and run away from him after just a few sentences, making Han Zhao feel extremely irked. It did not help that old man Lu would pop up from time to time to give him knowing looks. As for Lu Qian herself, she actually had mixed feelings about Han Zhao. Of course, she did not hate Han Zhao. However, it was not like she liked him either. Instead, she was more worried that Han Zhao would pack up and leave if she rejected him. After all, where else would she be able to find such a good, cheap employee? Suddenly, Han Zhao's mobile phone lit up. The message read, "The paperwork has been completed. Report today. Feng Jun." Finally. Chapter 38, Covert Ops Squad. Chapter 38, Covert Ops Squad. Translator, MJ_editor. Millman 97. Stardragon Tower was a top-secret government facility where the headquarters of Division 13 was located at. The inside of the tower was like a maze. Han Zhao followed Feng Jun through passageways and tunnels for half an hour before finally reaching the HQ. This time, he wasn't blindfolded. "This place is so damn hard to access," complained Han Zhao. "That's why it's safe," replied Feng Jun as he swiped his security pass over the sensor to unlock the giant automatic gate. Han Zhao stepped through the gate into an extremely spacious hall bustling with people. To his surprise, despite being underground, Division 13 HQ was both well-lit and well-ventilated. Feng Jun handed Han Zhao his security pass and a mouth mask. "It's better not to reveal your face to too many people. Wear this." Han Zhao was about to put it on when he noticed that there was a picture of a naked bodybuilder printed on it. He frowned and turned to see Feng Jun stifling his laughter. "Why are you looking at me? Put it on quickly." "Humph." Han Zhao suddenly yanked Feng Jun's arm to rip out a piece of fabric from his sleeve. "This thing suits you better," he casually said as he tied it over his face and threw the custom mask back at him. Feng Jun almost broke out into tears. "This is my newly issued uniform." Suddenly, Han Zhao felt someone watching him. He looked around to find an unfamiliar young man wearing a white coat glaring at him hatefully. "What's he so angry about?" asked Han Xiao, bewildered. Feng Jun laughed bitterly. Just ignore him." Luo Xian had never seen Han Xiao's face before, but he knew for certain that the person beside Feng Jun was him. The covert ops department had a single floor all to themselves. It was noticeably less crowded than the other departments. Feng Jun brought Han Xiao to a meeting room before leaving. Han Xiao stepped through the door to see that there were already 3 people seated inside. They were none other than Li Yilin, Lambert, and Li Yao. "You're the logistics guy that the director gave special permission to join our team?" Li Yilin rose up to circle around Han Xiao as she examined him. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Special permission? Logistics guy?" Suddenly, he noticed that the woman who had spoken to him was not only slender and perky, but extremely pretty. In Han Xiao's books, she was easily up there with Hela. She was wearing a yellow sports-style jacket on top of black tights. "I am Han Xiao, a mechanic." Li Yao abruptly stood up, knocking his chair down in the process. "And nice to meet you. I am Li Yao, the team's hacker," he introduced, stretching out a hand. "I am the sniper, Lambert," introduced Lambert plainly without getting up. Han Xiao shook Li Yao's hand and casually acknowledged Lambert with a nod. He was obviously the silent type. "Hey, why are you wearing a mask?" asked Li Yilin with big, bright, curious eyes as she reached out to pull Han Xiao's mask off. Han Xiao dodged. freewebnovel.cm. "Why are you hiding your face? Don't you trust us?" Li Yilin questioned unhappily. "My identity is top secret," Han Xiao replied, although being assigned to this team would have to mean that these people were trustworthy. Han Xiao still felt that not revealing his face would save him some trouble. He could imagine the questions they would have for him after learning of his face. "Aren't you that wanted fugitive? Why would Division 13 want you? What did you do to the Germinal organization?" Answering all those questions would be a real headache. Besides, Han Xiao did not plan to stay in Division 13 for too long. "Your identity is top secret? Hold on." Li Yilin seemed to recall something, and she jumped in front of Han Xiao, asking, "Were you the one who made the lightweight mechanical arm?" Han Xiao gave a start. "How do you know?" "Ha ha, so it's you." Li Yilin jumped about excitedly before slinging an arm over Han Xiao's shoulder. "Make another one for me." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "It won't be free." Li Yilin laughed loudly before asking softly, "Can I have a discount?" "No. You miser. I still don't know your name." This overly friendly pretty lady was giving him quite a headache. "Li Yilin, in charge of close combat," she reluctantly answered. "So the 4 of us are a team?" "No, there's still our leader." "Where is he?" "He's not here. He's recovering from an injury." "Even the leader gets injured. Covert ops must be some dangerous work," remarked Han Xiao. The trio exchanged awkward glances. "The leader is sick from food poisoning," explained Li Yao. Han Xiao was speechless. Li Yao coughed dryly. "The covert ops department takes on special high-difficulty missions. Each team contains 4 to 7 people, and other than completing the missions assigned to us each month, we are basically free to do whatever we want in our free time," he began to explain. "Covert ops personnel are the cream of the crop. Some of us, like Uncle Lambert, are recruited from other organizations. He was recruited in from a Special Forces squad. Your designation is field support. You will be in charge of equipment, scheduling, and, during operations, gathering and organizing intel. You'll be our eyes and ears from now on." "That's nice and all," thought Han Xiao, "but I want to hunt monsters." Nevertheless, he could understand why Division 13 arranged things like this. They would rather not put a valuable asset like him in the face of danger. Well, at the end of the day, Han Xiao not only gained their protection, but also a platform to make some money, so he was satisfied. Mechanics were really too weak early on compared to pugilists or espers, so crafting was much more efficient for them to earn experience. "Does our team have a name?" asked Han Xiao. "Team name? What use would that have?" replied a still displeased Li Yilin. "That's true," muttered Han Xiao. Suddenly, Li Yao interrupted. We were just issued a mission to take in Black Spider. Apparently, he's still hiding here in the western capital. Han Xiao raised an eyebrow. The timing of the mission was too sudden. It was probably deliberately assigned by the higher-ups. Black Spider. Li Yilin wondered aloud. I know him. He's infamous for being a solo bounty hunter. The last time those field agents tried to bring him in, he blew up 2 whole streets. Why would he still hide here in the capital? When will we depart? Lambert asked. There's no rush. Since they've already confirmed his location, let's just act at night. Since this is your first mission, just familiarize yourself with the logistics preparation. Although it was their first meeting, the trio did not inquire too much about Han Zhao's identity. To be assigned to covert ops already meant that the higher-ups trusted him, and that was enough. You have triggered the Class E mission, Black Spider. Accept/decline. Accept. Mission hint. Black Spider is a notorious murderer and bounty hunter. This is your first mission with the Covert Ops Department. Your responsibility is to help the team succeed. Mission requirement. Defeat Black Spider. Reward. 5,000 experience. Bonus reward. 40,000 experience or mind stabilizer. Chapter 39. First Operation. Part 1. Chapter 39. First Operation, Part 1. Translator. MJ_editor. Millman 97. Black Spider? Isn't that a mini-boss? Thought Han Xiao to himself. Black Spider was an Esper who was regarded as one of the hardest bosses to kill in version 1.0. Normally, a mini-boss quest at Han Xiao's current level would be at least Class D and reward way more experience. However, in Galaxy, quests rewards were automatically adjusted according to character level and roles. Generally, in a party quest, players who contributed the most damage or healing would earn the most experience. It was a system that prevented experience leeching. I guess it's still better than nothing, Han Xiao consoled himself. From what Han Xiao knew about Black Spider, this mission would be a piece of cake for his team. However, the bonus reward was a different question. Han Xiao knew for sure that the condition for the bonus reward would be to take Black Spider in alive, but it could prove difficult to accomplish as Black Spider was in fact a superhuman, and his abilities made him much harder to catch than to defeat. As of now, only Han Xiao knew about the fact that he was a superhuman. In the game, it would only be revealed later on after launch. On the other hand, since Han Xiao had a complete understanding of the extent of Black Spider's abilities, it was still possible to catch him. How much will you charge me? Asked Li Yilin all of a sudden. She was clearly still hung up on the lightweight mecha arm. One lightweight mecha arm will cost 20,000. 10,000 up front, plus materials, and I'll make you one in 2 days. Li Yilin pouted. Although it was almost a month of her wage, she was still bent on having it. Do you have anything else for now? Han Xiao pondered for a moment before whipping out what seemed to be a 10-centimeter black knife handle without a blade. What's this for? Asked Li Yilin uncertainly. Han Xiao chuckled and pressed a small switch on the handle. Instantly, a blade shot out from within it, transforming the stick into a 70-centimeter sharp knife. This is a retractable knife. For Li Yilin, it was love at first sight. The reason she favored her baton was due to its portability, and the retractable knife took it one step further. It was as concealable yet stronger. Just as she was about to grab it out of Han Xiao's hands, Han Xiao dodged. 1,000 for one, he stated with a straight face. In truth, it had only costed him 300 to make. You stingy miser. Money face. Li Yilin scolded as she forked out the money. As she started to play around with the knife, Lambert suddenly spoke. I want 10 but shorter. Around 30 centimeters. Han Xiao was overjoyed. No problem. I want them ready for tonight. As long as I have the materials. I want one too, Lin Yao exclaimed to Han Zhao's surprise. For some reason, this beginner weapon was turning out to be quite the hot item. What Han Xiao did not know was that innovation was stifled in Division 13, and it probably had something to do with the research department. Furthermore, the type of complex missions that Secret Ops typically performed restricted their choice of equipment. Most agents' preferred weapon of choice for close combat was the dagger, So Han Zhao's retractable knife was quite a game-changer. Imagine if, during a mission, your enemy whipped out his 10 centimeters dagger, and you whipped out your meter-long knife. Longer is always more impressive. After acquiring the materials from Lambert and Liao, Han Zhao headed over to the private workshop at the logistics department to get the knives crafted. In one afternoon, Han Zhao earned 11,000 aquamarine dollars and even earned quite a bit of experience in the process. 8,000 in total. Not bad at all. Looks like Division 13 will be the gold mine that I expected it to be. After getting suited up, the trio departed for the city to hunt Black Spider. Han Zhao, though, stayed behind in the HQ to provide support, intel, and instructions. Li Yilin, Lambert, and Liao all had cameras and mics attached to them, and their feeds were directly wired to Han Zhao. He could clearly see whatever they were seeing, and in some sense, his job was to act as a director of sorts. Of course, as Han Zhao was new to the squad, he did not expect them to fully trust his judgment. Furthermore, it was an easy mission that all of them knew the higher-ups meant as a trial. While they did not object to Han Zhao playing captain, whether they would listen to him was another matter. They would still follow their own judgment no matter what, and Han Zhao fully knew this. Nonetheless, Han Zhao was not only quite experienced as a captain, having led 50-men raids back in Galaxy. He was basically omniscient, and this alone made him the best person for the job. Night had fallen. 3 people arrived at the dirty, wet streets of District 8. As it was night, the streets were empty, and the streetlights flickered ominously. District 8 was vastly different from the other districts. The buildings here were shabby, and some did not even have proper roofs. Instead, metal sheets and cloth could be seen covering the houses. Laundry was hanging up all over the place, and the streets were uncleaned and full of litter. This was a place that could hardly be called safe. Drug dealers and the like all thrived in this district, and it was to no one's surprise that Black Spider would hide here. The trio were fully equipped, even Liao. Although he was a hacker, and also a coward, he was still able to wield a gun. Chapter 40, First Operation, Part 2. Chapter 40, First Operation, Part 2. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. That apartment building ahead is Black Spider's hiding spot. He should be on the 3rd floor. We need to approach silently, said Li Yilin to Lambert and Li Yan. There's no point in acting stealthy, interrupted Han Zhao through the intercom. Black Spider has already discovered you all. How do you know? Li Yilin frowned. Suddenly, gunfire pierced the silence of the night as a storm of bullets rained upon the trio. They immediately jumped into the nearest alley to seek cover. The trio exchanged serious looks as they leaned against the wall. Since when did he notice us? While a simple ambush like that would never have been enough to do them in, they would not have been able to react so fast without Han Zhao's warning. Li Yilin put her game face on and clamped her earpiece tighter. There was a man standing on top of the tall building from where the shots had come from, smiling frenziedly upon the trio's location with an assault rifle in his hands. On the left side of his face was a tattoo of a black spider. With a wave of his hand, 10 masked men armed with guns suddenly jumped out of their hiding spots in the nearby streets and alleys to converge on the alley that the trio was in. Our intel was wrong. Wasn't he alone? Lin Yao's eyes were wide with disbelief. Li Yilin's heart sunk. Black Spider began to laugh coldly. Did you think that I would continue staying here if I was not prepared? You guys got me good the other time, but now that you have all kindly offered yourselves up, I shall have my revenge. Black Spider was widely known to be an independent bounty hunter, and his modus operandi was to set up traps before the battle even broke out. The trio were akin to prey stepping into a spider's web. Li Yilin suddenly turned to face the wall and, as her leg began to glow yellow, smashed it down with a powerful kick to obstruct the enemy's vision. Low-level pugilists relied mainly on their abnormally huge power. Li Yilin was a LV 25 E-class superhuman with over 300 ONA. Black Spider and his agents suppressed the trio with overwhelming gunfire as they converged onto the alleyway. Li Yilin and Lambert dragged Lin Yao with them as they made use of their surroundings to evade the gunfire. While they were able to dodge all the bullets, they soon found themselves cornered in a dead end. Black Spider and his men had sealed off the alley. Black Spider closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "My insects, you must be trembling with fear now," he said frenziedly. "Do you think you've won?" replied Leah Lynn tauntingly as she shot a glance at Lambert. Black Spider turned around to face his men as he opened up his arms. "I just need to say give the order and you will become minced meat in an instant. I do think I've won, don't you?" "Then what are you waiting for?" glowered Leah Lynn. Black Spider waved a finger. "Killing you all will do me no good. I'll ransom you for a tidy sum," he proudly declared, knowing full well that Division 13 could hear him through the trio's intercom. "But only one of you is enough." He suddenly broke out in maniacal laughter. Just as he was about to give the order to fire, Leah Lynn jumped onto the wall, and, as her legs began to glow yellow, she sprung forward, soaring in the air like a graceful swallow to close in on Black Spider and his men. "Kill her," Black Spider frantically ordered. His men began to fire at Leah Lynn, and while a few bullets managed to find their mark despite her being fast to the point of becoming a blur, they simply flattened into metal pancakes upon hitting her clothes. Not only was the fabric of Leah Lynn's bodysuit weaved with bulletproof ceramic fiber, her own body itself was tough enough to deflect bullets. From the start, the trio had only been fleeing to bait in Black Spider and all of his men. As Leah Lynn distracted them, Lambert whipped out 2 knives with each hand and threw them out, killing 4 men instantly. Leah Lynn drew the sheathed retractable knife from her waist and slashed at the nearest agent. The agent threw his head back slightly, thinking that it would be enough to dodge. But suddenly, a 10 centimeters blade extended out to rip his throat open. "Excellent weapon," remarked Leah Lynn with shining eyes. What happens when a gunman comes into the range of a pugilist goes without saying. 30 seconds later, there was blood splattered everywhere, and only Black Spider, with both hands chopped off, remained. Leah Lynn exhaled as she sheathed the retractable knife. She clearly looked pleased with it. "Well done," praised Han Xiao. He had chosen to remain silent during the fight so as not to bother them. Thank you," Liao stammered. "Not you." Liao lowered his head in depression. He had truly not contributed anything at all during the fight. The heavily wounded Black Spider began to laugh hoarsely as he glared at Leah Lynn without a single trace of fear in his eyes. "Little brat, you guys can't kill me," he taunted. Suddenly, Lambert whipped out his gun to shoot Black Spider in the head. Blood splattered across the floor as Black Spider's body collapsed to the ground. Leah Lynn and Liao turned to look at him speechlessly. "Can't know until you try," he stated plainly. Whatever. They didn't tell us to take him in alive anyway," said Leah Lynn as she lazily stretched her back. I want to go back to take a shower. All of this blood is so smelly." Suddenly, however, Han Xiao spoke. "Don't let your guard down. He's not dead yet." Leah Lynn almost stumbled backwards in her stretch. "How can he be alive?" she fumed as she pointed at what remained of Black Spider's head. "He is a superhuman with some tricky abilities. Unmask the corpse next to him. You will understand," replied Han Xiao calmly. "But there isn't any piece of news on the dark web that says Black Spider is a superhuman," hesitated Liao. "You might be mistaken." "Not might, he is definitely mistaken," added a disgruntled Leah Lynn. "Hey, newbie. I know you want to earn some credit, but don't make these kind of things up." Han Xiao was speechless. Chapter 41, First Operation, Part 3. Chapter 41, First Operation, Part 3. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. "Just give it a try." Lambert cut Leah Lynn off as he bent down to unmask the agent. To their alarm, the man did not have a face, or rather, he did not have any facial features. What is this?" Liao was horror-struck. They proceeded to unmask the remaining 9 men, and they were all faceless. Suddenly, a change occurred in the first man that Han Xiao had asked them to unmask. As the mark of a Black Spider slowly appeared on his face, facial features also began to form, and it soon became clear that it looked exactly like Black Spider's face. Next, the wounds on this person actually began to heal up, and after a while, this corpse's eyelids began to move. Blow his brains up, Han Xiao instructed firmly. Lambert fired without hesitation. They proceeded to listen to Han Xiao and repeat the same procedure one by one on whichever faceless man the same signs next appeared on. Li Lin and Li Yao were thoroughly shocked by what was happening, but they suppressed their doubts and carried out Han Xiao's instructions. Although they had no idea how Han Xiao knew of Black Spider's secret, he, without a doubt, knew his stuff. When there was only one faceless man left, Han Xiao stopped them. Don't kill him, just cripple him. When the mark of the Black Spider and Black Spider's face formed completely on the faceless man, he opened his eyes in horror and shouted, "How do you all know my superpowers?" The name of his ability was Parasitic Copy. It allowed him to create a faceless copy out of himself after a certain period of time. The copy did not possess intelligence and could only operate and follow simple instructions within a fixed radius of himself. Each copy that Black Spider had was like an extra life, and he could reincarnate indefinitely as long as a copy still existed. In this manner, he was virtually immortal. While this ability did not have any direct offensive use, what it did was alter Black Spider's very life form and free him from the restraints of flesh and blood, turning him into a force of consciousness that could reside in any of his copies. As long as a copy existed, he was invincible. It was his greatest secret, and one that he would never divulge to anyone. How could anyone have figured it out? Han Xiao laughed at the sight of Black Spider's dumbfounded and horrified face on the feed. If it had been some other mini-boss, he might not have been able to recall their abilities, but Black Spider had been a headache for countless players in the game, so he left a lasting impression. At present, Black Spider had actually not even mastered his power, making it the perfect time to deal with him. Nonetheless, it was a superpower with extremely high potential. Who knows what someone who had mastered it would be capable of? Not even Han Xiao knew, as Black Spider had died early in the game as well. Not this early though, of course. How did he die? Black Spider's power might have been tricky to deal with, but there were still ways to deal with it. Since he had transcended flesh to become purely soul, one could simply damage his soul directly to cripple his wings. Still, superhumans with soul-damaging abilities were far and few in Galaxy, so most players remained incapable of killing him easily. This was why he was considered one of the hardest bosses to kill in version 1.0. And of course, Black Spider considered himself so as well, until he met Gila. Out of all the classes, Espers were the ones who possessed all sorts of extraordinary abilities. Unlike the other 4 superhuman classes, Espers only needed to consume gene awakening drugs instead of learning knowledge in order to unlock their abilities. Each character in Galaxy was given one chance to take the gene awakening drug, and if it failed, that character would never be able to switch classes to become an Esper again. The success rate would depend on the type of gene awakening drug used, and as you might have guessed, this was indeed a pay-to-win feature. Even the lowest-grade gene awakening drugs went for as high as $398, and the ultra-perfect deluxe gene awakening elixir, the awakening drug with the highest success rate, was worth well over $5,000 despite it only having an 18% success rate without guarantees. It was truly a money spinner for the games company. Previously, Han Xiao had also tried his hand at switching to an Esper. Unfortunately, the only result that he arrived at was that Esper players were all filthy rich. Black Spider quickly calmed down and threatened, "I have unlimited copies. Even if you destroy this body, you won't be able to kill me. Mark my words. I will definitely hunt you down for the rest of your lives." Lambert was about to raise his gun when Han Xiao hurriedly stopped him. "Follow my instructions." As Li Lin listened to Han Xiao, she suddenly began to act high and all-knowing as she replied to Black Spider, "Unlimited copies? Stop trying to scare people. You can at most have 50 bodies. Apart from the 10 here, the rest are scattered across the globe." Black Spider's eyes grew wide with disbelief. Figuring out the nature of his powers was one thing, but to actually know such secret information. How was that possible? Black Spider's mind was racing. Someone knows everything about my powers. Who? Who could it be? Could it be an Esper who can read minds? Li Lin continued. "As long as we don't kill this copy of you, we can lock you up for as long as we want." Black Spider's face changed. and he immediately attempted to bite his own tongue off to avoid his impending fate. Unfortunately, Lambert was a step faster, and he managed to restrain him. Unable to even end his own life, Black Spider could only glare hatefully at Li Yilin. At this point in time, the trio had the same questions in their mind. Who exactly is Han Xiao? EgaYuyoBinovel.com. Why does Division 13 treat his identity with such secrecy? How does he possess such secretive information? A cleanup crew soon arrived to put a straitjacket over Black Spider and take him back. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was relaxing in the faraway base, received a mission completion notification. You have completed the E-Class mission, Black Spider, earning 5,000 experience. You have fulfilled the secret condition. Take Black Spider in alive, earning 40,000 experience or a soul stabilizer. The soul stabilizer had the effect of raising spiritual resistance, granting the user immunity to mental and spiritual attacks. It was a piece of equipment that was particularly useful against magic users. As there were no mages or psychics on Aquamarine, the soul stabilizer was not really of much use to Han Xiao for now, so he naturally selected the more practical reward of 40,000 experience. What about Gila, you ask? That would still be thinking too far ahead. Not bad at all. Han Xiao smiled to himself. The trio finally arrived back at the Secret Ops HQ. Li Yilin rushed into the room and asked Han Xiao with wide, curious eyes. How did you know that Black Spider was a superhuman? Han Xiao laughed enigmatically. I'll tell you for $1 million, he offered, frustrating Li Yilin. Whatever. Oh right, what are we going to do about him? Liao shook his head. I heard that the higher-ups want to send him to Death's Door Island and lock him up forever. Death's Door Island was a maximum security prison that the Six Nations established together. It was located in the middle of an ocean, making it impossible to escape from. Only those that the Six Nations deemed the most dangerous were sent there, evil individuals, warlords of the Wanderer's army, and other important figureheads. Death's Door Island was so named as a sentence to the island was essentially a death sentence, except that it was worse. Death would actually be an escape. Han Xiao was pleased with the arrangement, as there was truly no other way to keep him from coming after them for revenge. At the end of the day, the team's first operation together was a perfect success, and after tidying up, everyone made their own way home. Han Xiao, too, was about to leave when, suddenly, Feng Jun came up to him with a worried look. Internal Affairs wants to ask you a few questions. Haven't I proved my trustworthiness? Asked Han Xiao. The Internal Affairs Department appealed for a second interrogation. As it is within reason for them to do so, the higher-ups did not object. As you know, your previous identity is a sensitive topic. The higher-ups are split in two on the matter of yourself, he added softly. While departments like intelligence and logistics think a friendly relationship is more beneficial, the hardliners led by Internal Affairs think otherwise. Han Xiao sighed. Where there is people, there will be conflict. At Internal Affairs, Han Xiao had his height and weight taken again before being brought to an interrogation room, where a sole investigator awaited him. Name: Han Xiao. Gender: female. The veins on the investigator's temple bulged. Age: 30. No, I mean 31. Bang. The investigator slammed the table. Stop playing a fool. Why ask all these pointless things? Can we just go straight to the point? Continue. Family relationships. The investigator continued through gritted teeth. I'm an orphan. No relatives. Where were you born? MT Bujo. Nonsense. We didn't find any record of your birth. Go ask your superior, Han Xiao replied plainly. Obviously, the higher-ups would not divulge Han Xiao's information to a normal member of staff. This interrogation was simply the Internal Affairs Department's idea of giving him a warning. The investigator was being given instructions through his earpiece, and he suppressed his anger to proceed with the psychological assessment. The investigator gave Han Xiao a number of hypothetical scenarios for him to say what he would do in each of them. Han Xiao, however, was not cooperative and gave random answers. Finally, the interrogation ended. As the investigator sealed the compiled information in an envelope, he coldly told Han Xiao, "The Internal Affairs Department is always watching you. Pray we don't find anything on you. So you mean you currently have nothing and can't take any action against me? Taunted Han Xiao, before leaving the room in high spirits. The investigator's face instantly darkened, and his hands shook with fury as he clutched the envelope. Chapter 42, The Research Department's Greed. Chapter 42, The Research Department's Greed. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. On his way back to the workshop, Han Xiao thought about how to go about starting his business in Division 13. The first thing he would need to do was to get his name out there. Pulling out his phone, he made a call to Li Yilin to ask for her help. After some negotiation, she agreed to help him out on the condition of a lifetime 20% discount. However, there was still a problem. The workshop was not well equipped for Han Xiao's plans, so he would not be able to carry out mass production. After thinking things through, he decided that he had no choice but to speak to Lu Qian directly. Sister Qian, I have something to say. Lu Qian shivered. It was unavoidable all along, she thought to herself. But now I am mentally prepared. There's something I want to tell you, continued Han Xiao. Actually, I dash. Suddenly, Lu Qian turned to face him and bowed resolutely. Sorry, but I have to reject you. Please don't get me wrong. You are a good person. The atmosphere instantly stiffened. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched, although he actually did not even have any intention of wooing her. Being rejected in such a manner still left a bad taste in his mouth. You misunderstand. I just want to refit the workshop and install an independent workroom for my own use. My friend has lent me the money. What do you think? It's like a small upgrade. Lu Qian gave a start and started to blush. She felt like she was about to die from embarrassment. Okay, fine. I agree, she replied before running upstairs. Oh, that was so embarrassing. Han Xiao rolled his eyes. He suspected that she probably did not even hear him clearly. Han Xiao drew up a proposal for his upgrades and passed it to Feng Jun to get it approved by the higher-ups. As Division 13 valued Han Xiao highly, and it was a perfectly reasonable request, it was immediately passed, and construction workers soon arrived at the workshop. 2 days later, there was now a new mini-workshop right next to the main building. As Division 13 had fully paid for it, it would be more accurate to say that Han Xiao was borrowing it, and under his request they had also built an underground space for his convenience. Over the next few days, Han Xiao received many orders for the retractable knife. Although all of his clients were Division 13 agents, Han Xiao preferred not to meet with any of them directly just in case. He instead relied on Li Yilin to act as a middleman. The materials were sent directly to Han Xiao's workshop, and he crafted dozens of retractable knives over the next few days, earning him quite a lot of experience, some of which he used to raise mechanic affinity to the highest level, thereby gaining another talent point. Back in Division 13, word that Li Yilin's team had acquired a mechanic named Han Xiao, and that he was open to private orders, spread like wildfire. As a result, the amount of orders he received skyrocketed, and Han Xiao found himself barely able to meet the demand. Nonetheless, thanks to this, he was able to earn tons of experience each day. Unlike in his previous life, there were no competitors, so Han Xiao had the entire market to himself. Han Xiao only intended to take orders for both the retractable knife and high-explosive gunpowder, but he made an exception to craft a lightweight mecha arm for Li Yilin. While the retractable knife was indeed selling like hot pancakes, Han Xiao knew that its popularity would soon fizzle out. After all, most people were only buying it for its novelty. Moreover, as its design wasn't really that complex at all, it wouldn't be strange for imitations and similar products to appear in the near future. As such, Han Xiao had planned all along to only use it to earn a quick buck. Comparatively, the high-explosive gunpowder had more promising potential. Not only was it inexpensive, it was extremely useful, and being a consumable, clients would keep on returning for more. Furthermore, unlike the retractable knife, high-explosive gunpowder would not be easily replicated. As soon as the bullet cap was opened, the gunpowder would react with air to combust and leave no trace. It was essentially impossible to craft without the blueprints and manufacturing process for the planet's current technology. Han Xiao used the money he earned from the retractable knife each day to purchase large quantities of materials for making high-explosive gunpowder. He only planned to push it out into the market after accumulating a stockpile. One day, when old Lu and the tall old man were having one of their chess sessions, Han Xiao saw the tall old man and came up to him. "Is the prosthetic good to use?" he asked, smiling. "Not bad." The tall old man laughed and rolled up his sleeve. The prosthetic arm had been fitted with a layer of artificial skin, making it seem extremely realistic. "As long as you like it, if it needs maintenance, feel free to come to me." The tall old man nodded and asked, "I heard from old Lu that you joined Division 13? "Yes, I did." "What a promising young lad. Do your best for the country," he applauded. Han Xiao smirked inwardly. The tall old man did not know that he knew who he was. Working for Division 13 was not a huge secret to keep. After all, the division had a front cover. Ordinary people had heard of a Division 13, but they simply knew it as a company. As they conversed, Han Xiao wondered when the tall old man would come clean with him and if he should act surprised when he did. Suddenly, Feng Jun entered the workshop in a hurry and said to Han Xiao with a grave expression, "Let's go outside for a talk." As Han Xiao's caretaker, Feng Jun always kept a small team around the compound to monitor the workshop, mainly to keep an eye out for any Germinal organization operatives. As they stepped outside, the tall old man wondered what had happened. "The research department has their eyes on you." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "The research department is tasked with inventing new weapons and equipment. They have the power to perform risk assessment on any equipment we use. Using the claim that your retractable knife is dangerous to use, they are demanding that you cough up the blueprints. As they have the right to do so, the other departments are unable to interfere. So they want my blueprints. Risk assessment? What a joke." Han Xiao snorted coldly. If he handed them the blueprints for the retractable knife, they would immediately begin mass production of it. Feng Jun proceeded to enlighten Han Xiao on the internal strife in Division 13. The research department and internal affairs were both on the side of the hardliners, and essentially hostile towards him. As the research department had not produced many results over the past few years, their budget was continuously slashed every year. In Division 13, their standing was even lower than that of the logistics department, which was why they were now targeting Han Xiao's blueprints. They were truly desperate. "And what if I refuse?" "You will be blacklisted by them, and it will reflect on your record. The good thing is that you are not an ordinary agent, and the division values your intel highly, so it should not cause you many problems. After all, the research department can't really force you due to your position." "Then that's fine. I won't give them the blueprints," said Han Xiao as he shook his head. Feng Jun laughed bitterly. He had come knowing that Han Xiao would most likely refuse. Although the retractable knife would end up being oversaturated in the market, it was still earning him a lot for the time being. Naturally, Han Xiao would not give it up. The tall old man made a phone call to someone in Division 13. When he learnt of what had transpired, his face darkened. A bunch of greedy imbeciles. All they do is stir up nonsense. That Han Xiao was able to achieve an amicable relationship with Division 13 was something that the tall old man had played a huge role in. Now, however, there were people within the division itself who were clumsily undermining his efforts. What if Han Xiao became averse to the division and decided to pack up and leave? Then all of his thoughts and efforts would have been in vain. The gall of them. Chapter 43, Stealing Credit, Part 1. Chapter 43, Stealing Credit, Part 1. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. Unbelievable. Leah Lin was enraged to hear of the research department's plot, mainly because she was worried about her 20% discount. "This is the higher-ups game," said Liao. "We can't do anything about it." "Might as well get rid of that research department head," suggested Lambert plainly as he polished his daggers. Liao gave a start. "Uncle, don't say that kind of thing." "Well, that seems like one way to solve things," mumbled Leah Lin in deep thought, sending Liao to the verge of tears. "Even if you guys don't want to live, I still want to live," he thought to himself. Although Han Xiao had only joined them a few days ago, after the Black Spider operation, the trio had fully accepted him as their comrade. Naturally, They were displeased to hear of his predicament. Why not ask for his opinion directly? Asked Liao. His address is top secret, and his phone is always off, scowled Lialin. Who knows where he could be? Then what should we do? How can we just watch him suffer at the hands of the research department? Wait! Lambert abruptly interjected. Footsteps could be heard, and a few seconds later, a woman appeared at the door. Hey, Lin. I heard that your new teammate is quite the troublemaker. The woman was short-haired, and a beauty in her own right. However, her voice was derisive, and she looked down on the trio antagonistically as she leaned against the door with folded arms. The woman's skin was extremely fair, and her lips were exceedingly red, as though the petals of a rose. She possessed a flirtatious temperament, and although she was tall, the strength of her aura did not seem to pale against Lialin's. Although Lialin was unquestionably prettier, the woman was, without a doubt, more of a head-turner than her. Lialin's face immediately darkened at the sight of her. Vixen Su, she growled through gritted teeth. Are you looking for a fight? Su giggled tauntingly. If you dare. Su and Lialin were well known to be hated rivals. The bad blood between them could be traced all the way back to when they were fellow disciples of a dojo in their childhood. While Su always excelled in each of their tests and fights, Lialin's performance was always average, and she was always easily defeated by her. Even until this day, Lialin would sometimes be reminded of the way that she would put on a pretense in front of everyone and act nice to her despite them detesting each other. While everyone would praise Su and offer her guidance, Lialin's conversations with their master always end in a few sentences, and he would always just ask her to follow Su's example. Recalling those events always dampened Lialin's mood. Her master essentially treated her like an abandoned dog in the rain. The two would eventually both end up joining Division 13, but only for history to repeat itself. Su's always outperformed Lialin's team, and her team became the ace of secret ops. What Lialin hated most was how Su would frequently come over to mock her, and the way she called her Lin, bitch. Since when were we close? Su was obviously doing it on purpose, and while Lialin knew this, it still got on her nerves. Hee. Su laughed softly. I heard that you guys have a new addition, so I came specially to look for him. Where is he? He can't have gone to hide, right? He's not here, replied Lialin coldly. Get lost. Looks like I've made a wasted trip, but I guess that's understandable, since he's busy being destroyed by the research department. Lialin stared at her. Hurry up and get lost. How heartless. Su pouted. We're childhood sweethearts, after all. She shot a look towards Liao before sauntering off. Lialin was already frustrated, but when she turned around to see Liao all intoxicated, her anger swelled. She stood up abruptly to grab Liao by his collar. Is this beautiful woman right beside you not enough? She yelled. Why are you looking at that vixen? But, stammered Liao. She smiled at me. You had better give me a good answer. Is she more beautiful or am I? She asked threateningly. For some reason, Liao still had to take a moment to think before he replied. I think that Sister Su is gentler than you. Humph, Liao. I think that your brain needs some adjustment. Reverse avalanche bridge breaking suplex. As Lambert casually sipped on the cup of water in his hand, he picked his phone up to make a call. Get a doctor over here. A bone specialist, preferably. The research department had expected Han Xiao to refuse their demands. To mechanics, blueprints were like their lifeline. They did not care about Han Xiao's personal gain, or rather, that was to be expected, as the hardliners were hostile to him from the very start. In their eyes, giving Han Xiao the chance to cooperate was a soft move, and he should have been locked up and controlled instead. On the other hand, the conservatives thought exactly the opposite. They were willing to give Han Xiao the benefit of the doubt as he seemed trustworthy and was cooperative. Why cause unrest and animosity over a simple beginner equipment blueprint? What if he wasn't scared of torture? Division 13 had tried all sorts of methods on captured Germinal members before, but torture seldom worked, and 9 out of 10 would give false intel that was harmful instead of beneficial. Besides, Han Xiao was a truly unique case. As such, the conservatives, too, were outraged at the pressure that the hardliners were trying to put on Han Xiao. They saw them as a bunch of outdated, old farts. Times had changed, and talent was in high demand. Division 13 should have been treasuring him, not pressuring him. Weren't there other mechanics in the division too? Stealing Han Xiao's work would reflect poorly on the division. What year was it? All the talk about loyalty and whatnot would only serve to chase away prospects and talents seeking refuge. Don't forget that the Six Nations was the main culprit for the destruction of all the other countries. It would not be surprising if these foreign talents just up and rebelled. Unfortunately, as Division 13 was extremely compartmentalized, only the top brass would be able to interfere with the research department's actions, but they seemed to only be interested in continuing to observe for now. The research department was offering high amounts of cash to the agents for the retractable knives that they had bought from Han Xiao, which everyone saw through as a low move. As most of the agents did not know of Han Xiao's special status, most felt that it was unreasonable to bully an ordinary mechanic so, and they decided not to turn in the knives. Doing so would also be, in some sense, disrespectful to Han Xiao. However, there were still some who turned them in for the money. Korat was the first agent to strike a deal with the research department. He asked for $30,000, 30 times more than the opening offer, and the research department relented. His reasoning was simple: it was simply worth the money. While most of the agents held on to their morals, he laughed at them for being fools to pass up the opportunity. It's just a small-time mechanic anyway. Who even cares? Just wait till the research department mass produces it if you really want it. In the research department, Luo Xian and the head secretary were examining the retractable knife. Luo Xian, can you reproduce it? Chapter 44, Stealing Credit, Part 1. Chapter 44, Stealing Credit, Part 2. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. Piece of cake. This thing isn't even well made. Plus, it's not encrypted. Then I'll leave it to you. If you can figure out the blueprints, I'll pull you over into our department. Of course, your position will be higher. Luo Xian's eyes lit up. Since his debacle over the Mecha arm, he had started to feel that he did not have a future in logistics. If he could gain the favor of the higher-ups again, he would definitely be able to surpass that blasted Han Xiao. Back at the workshop, Han Xiao had moved into the new building for convenience sake. The arrangement brought Lu Qian some relief as things were still awkward between the pair. Whoosh! Hot steam gushed out as Han Xiao, who was wearing a heat-resistant suit, opened the furnace lid. He proceeded to use a pair of iron tongs to pick up a piece of glowing hot metal from within. For now, there were two options available to Han Xiao for making the retractable knives, molding or stamping. While both methods had their own advantages, the latter allowed for mass production with a higher success rate, so Han Xiao favored it. The selling point of the retractable knife was its concealability. Since practicality was more important than the quality of craftsmanship, Han Xiao did not bother to put much detail into making them. The metal sheets that he used for stamping were provided by Division 13, so they were top grade. Han Xiao had polished the metal sheet with a chemical spray before putting it into the furnace. After taking it out of the furnace, he set it under the stamping machine. Of course, he still had to carry out a few more steps before the knives were complete. Each retractable knife gave him 100 to 200 experience, and the level of the blueprint itself had been increased to LV2, giving the final product a slightly higher quality. When he was done, Han Xiao stepped out of the heat-resistant suit and wiped the sweat off his brow. After examining the newly made knives, he proceeded to work on some workshop orders. Midway, Han Xiao's phone rang. He picked up his phone to see that it was Li Yilin. Something bad has happened. All the agents want to cancel their orders. What happened? Han Xiao was shocked by the news. The research department has reverse-engineered the retractable knife, and they announced that they will proceed with mass production very soon and make it available to everyone. Although everyone could see how blatantly underhanded the research department was being, since they were going to be provided with free retractable knives, it was only natural for them to want to cancel their orders with Han Xiao. The retractable knife's profitability had run its course. Han Xiao sat in deep thought. He had not expected the research department to be so brazen. Although Han Shao had already known that something like this would happen, he did not expect them to take action so fast. While giving up the blueprints voluntarily would earn him some faction reputation, he would not be able to earn any experience. In any case, they were putting a dent in Han Shao plans to get stronger. Han Shao picked up his phone to make a call to Feng Jun. "I assume you've heard?" he asked in a low voice. Feng Jun sighed. "The research department is really too much. The higher-ups haven't even given them permission, and they've already leaked that they will mass-produce the retractable knife." Han Shao frowned. "Fill me in on the details." Feng Jun proceeded to tell Han Shao about Korat and Luo Xian. "Has the research department given an official statement?" "Not yet." Han Zhao's face darkened. Looks like the research department did not even intend to give him an explanation. How the research department dared to act was one thing, but the higher-ups definitely understood exactly what was going on. Han Shao speculated that the reason they had not granted or denied the research department permission yet was to test how he would react. If he let the research department trample over him, it could be the green light for them to stop playing nice with him. Of course, that was an extreme line of thought. The top brass definitely won't side with either faction. As long as I don't push things too far, they will have to act accordingly and compensate me. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Shao. This could be my chance to obtain advancement knowledge. However, as advancement knowledge was top secret, it would not be so simple to just mention it casually. A plan began to formulate in Han Zhao's mind. "Rob me in broad daylight? I'll teach you all that I'm not that easy to bully." In the research department. Heh. Well done, well done. The research department's head secretary was full of praise for Luo Xian. Luo Xian smiled plainly, but in truth he was suppressing his delight. "The department head thinks highly of you. We've already requested all the necessary information and documents from the logistics department. You can already be counted as our staff." "What about the promotion?" "The department head specifically instructed that you will lead your own team. Your clearance will also be raised. Keep up the good work and there will be nothing to worry about." Luo Xian's smile widened. "I heard that Han Shao is valued highly by the higher-ups. Will there be any problem?" he asked. "Relax, I have inside information. There is nothing he can do." Chapter 45, The Last Laugh. Chapter 45, The Last Laugh. Translator. MJ_editor. Millman 97. News of the conflict between the research department and Han Shao spread throughout Division 13 like wildfire. As everyone thought Han Shao to be an ordinary mechanic, the outcome seemed obvious. Over the next few days, Han Shao showed no signs of action, so it became apparent that he had, as expected, decided to swallow it. Nonetheless, it still remained a mystery as to why the research department would pick on a normal staff member so much. Li Yilin also suffered from the incident due to her involvement with Han Shao, and while she kept on trying to call Han Shao to speak to him, the line always failed to get through. Of course, Han Shao was not going to let things end like that. While he had not made his move yet, that was because his preparations were not complete. Han Shao had previously made about $100,000 from selling the retractable knives, $30,000 of which was used to purchase materials for high-explosive gunpowder. Over the last few days, he had used another $30,000 of materials to make a huge batch of retractable knives, 100 in total. That should be enough. Han Shao had just finished with the 100th knife, and he went to look for a crate to store them all in before leaving Division 13. As the threat of war loomed, guns were heavily regulated in the Six Nations. It was in fact illegal for civilians to possess any, which was why Han Shao had gotten rid of his guns before entering the city. Nonetheless, there were illegal arms dealers situated all across the Six Nations. Neutral vendors such as these were implemented in Galaxy as a way for players to purchase equipment and intel as they carried out infiltration and assassination missions in enemy nations. Naturally, Han Shao knew exactly where these vendors were located. Han Shao was headed to District 8 to look for an arms dealer named Ma Xiuxi. Ma Xiuxi was an operative for the Fabian Company, a global powerhouse in the arms market who sold everything from guns to jets. Under the table, they even did business with the Six Nations themselves and the Revolutionary Army. Han Shao easily found Ma Xiuxi, who was more than happy to entertain him when Han Xiao opened up the crate of retractable knives before him and began to explain their usage. Ma Xiaoxi was experienced in the black market, so he instantly recognized the retractable knife's worth. While conventional melee weapons were not much of a money spinner, the retractable knife's concealability and element of surprise would definitely be favored by many. Han Xiao expressed his wish to sell the whole crate. "Can you supply them long-term?" asked Ma Xiaoxi. Han Xiao chuckled. "Would you be interested in the blueprint?" Ma Xiaoxi's eyes widened. Blueprints were extremely important items to mechanics. They essentially gave their owners monopoly over their inventions. It was extremely rare that a mechanic would offer to sell one of his blueprints. So Ma Xiaoxi was not only shocked but overjoyed. As he was a veteran salesman, however, he suppressed the excitement boiling within. "Name your price," he asked casually. "There's 100 here. 5,000 each, and I'll sell you the blueprint for 1,000,000. Ma Xiaoxi gasped lightly. 5,000 each? 1,000,000 for the blueprint? Just rob me, will you? No bargaining. Han Xiao was confident that Ma Xiaoxi would agree to his terms. Ma Xiaoxi frowned, but after a while of contemplation, he relented. Deal. Being able to obtain the blueprint was far too lucrative a chance to miss. As the banks of each of the 6 nations were not connected to one another, dark web banking was the primary method of transaction in the underworld. Not only was it accessible worldwide, it was also extremely secure. Han Xiao performed fingerprint verification for the account on the spot. "I look forward to doing more business with you. This is a VIP card." Han Xiao took the card from Ma Xiaoxi and kept it. Fostering good relations with these arms dealers would prove useful in the long run, as he did not plan to stay in Division 13 forever. Back in Division 13, the research director encountered the intelligence director in the hallway. "Looks like you guys have chosen to support a good-for-nothing," mocked the research director. He caved in so easily to a little bit of pressure. "Take my advice. Stop playing nice with him." For some reason, the intelligence director was not enraged by his words. He simply smiled back. "Good luck," he replied plainly as he patted the research director on the shoulder. The research director was confused. "Good luck? What do you mean?" Suddenly, his phone rang. The division chief was looking for him. He hastily bumbled his way to the chief's office. "Chief, you called? Your plans were approved yesterday. The retractable knife will be credited to your department." The research director was overjoyed to hear the news. "Thank you for your trust, Chief." The chief chuckled. "Don't be happy so soon." The research director furrowed his brows. "What happened? If it's about Han Xiao, there won't be a problem. There's nothing he can do." "Oh, you think so?" questioned the chief. The research director nodded. "Good." Suddenly, the chief picked up a folder and threw it in the research director's face. "To think that you would abuse your power to sell the division's technology for personal gain. How disappointing." "What?" Chapter 46, Settlement. Chapter 46, Settlement. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. The research director was flustered. He hastily scrambled to pick up the document on the floor, and as he went through it, he began to tremble. The report stated that the blueprint for the retractable knife had been leaked, and that, naturally, the inventor of the retractable knife would have to take responsibility for it. "TT, this is not my fault," he cried out. "It must be that brat, Han Xiao. He is obviously trying to frame me. Everyone knows that the blueprint belonged to him. Please help me clear my name, Chief." "The report clearly states that the research department invented the retractable knife," replied the chief coolly. "It is your responsibility." The research director felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly realized what was going on. The top brass had chosen to back up Han Xiao. The reason why the verdict on their proposal was delayed for so long was simply that the higher-ups wanted to wait and see what Han Xiao would do. And Han Xiao had managed to play everyone. By leaking the blueprint, he was asking the higher-ups, "Here is the excuse you need. Do you want to help me or not?" While they had not expected Han Xiao to come up with such a brilliant comeback to frame the research department, they were more than willing to help him out to appease him. After all, they did want to continue having his cooperation. Originally, Han Zhao's retractable knife would have been exclusive to Division 13, even if it meant that he himself had the monopoly over it, but thanks to the research department's greed, the retractable knife would now appear in the hands of others too. While Han Zhao's actions might have been a little bit extreme, the higher-ups were willing to overlook it. The blueprint was rightfully his anyway. Of course, if it had been a normal agent, they would without a doubt send him to court-martial and expel him from Division 13. It was Han Zhao's unique identity that stopped them from doing so. The intel he possessed was truly far too valuable. In any case, he had not stepped entirely out of line yet. Furthermore, it was important to display the division's fairness to everyone. At this point, the research director's face had turned completely pale. He deeply regretted having tried to pick on Han Zhao. While the crime itself was not grave to the point of a death sentence, his career was essentially over. "Han Zhao, you bastard!" he screamed inwardly. When news of the research director being charged with selling weapons illegally broke out, all the agents in Division 13 were filled with disbelief. The fact that he was not immediately sentenced heavily hinted that there was more to the entire incident than met the eye. It did not take long for the agents to put two and two together and arrive at the unbelievable conclusion that Han Zhao had orchestrated it all. Previously, they thought that Han Zhao had kept quiet due to caving in, but in retrospect, it was simply the calm before the storm. Did he actually frame the research director? The gall of him! But doesn't that mean that the higher-ups are supporting him? What everyone found hardest to believe was that Han Zhao actually got off scot-free. This caused a lot of speculation regarding his true identity to arise. And the person happiest to hear the news was none other than Li Yilin, who was vindicated from all the odd looks that people had been giving here due to her connection to Han Zhao. The first thing that she did was look for Di Su and gloat in front of her. However, Di Su was not the least angered by her. Instead, she was more preoccupied with her newly found interest in Han Zhao. Who exactly is Lin Lin's new teammate? The research director was only given a strict warning for now, and, unable to touch Han Zhao, his men suffered the brunt of his rage. Of course, Luo Xian was not spared. Instead of his promised promotion, what he earned was a demotion to the position of an ordinary staff member. "Damn it!" cursed Luo Xian. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have obediently continued on in the logistics department. It was also now too late, as the logistics director was not even willing to grant him an audience. This is unfair. Why do they want to protect Han Zhao? How is he better than me? Luo Xian was blinded with rage. The next day, Han Zhao received word from Feng Jun that the higher-ups wanted to discuss the matter of settlement with him. Finally, the chance for Han Zhao to negotiate had come. Han Zhao knew that in the future, the hardliners would not carelessly take action against him again, so it was probably the one time that he would be able to acquire advancement knowledge. Han Zhao arrived at the HQ with his mask on as usual to meet with Feng Jun. Feng Jun led him to the chief's office where 3 people waited. The chief himself, the research director, and an old man who was faced against the glass window. Gu Hui, Star Dragon Strategic Defense Chief, introduced the chief. Han Zhao squinted. It was a familiar name, but he could not recall where he had heard it. "Someone wants to see you," Gu Hui continued in a low voice. The old man turned around and smiled at Han Zhao. Han Zhao's acting skills immediately kicked in. "Tall old man." The tall old man chuckled. "It must be quite a surprise." "Who exactly are you?" asked Han Zhao as he nodded blankly, similar to how he had once acted back in the Germinal organization. "All you need to know is that I have some power in Division 13. Heh, don't be so nervous. I've already noticed you from back then. You gave me quite a favorable impression." Mission accomplished. As Han Zhao wiped the confusion off his face, the tall old man scrutinized him for a second before slowly saying, "Tell me, how do you want this matter resolved?" Chapter 47, Sore Loser. Chapter 47. Sore Loser. Translator, MJ_editor. Millman 97. "I just want some compensation," Han Zhao stated calmly. "Isn't the money you earned from selling the blueprint enough compensation?" The research director could not resist shooting his mouth off. Han Zhao shot a look at him. "If not for you trying to steal my blueprint, I would have been able to make even more money. And if you had even tried asking nicely, I might have even sold it to the division. But ask yourself, did you? The research director could not retort. What kind of compensation do you want? Asked Gu Hui. Han Xiao faked a sigh and pretended to contemplate for a moment before replying, I don't want something like this to happen again. That's for sure. In any case, even if Han Xiao only chose to sell his goods privately, he would still only be selling to Division 13's own agents. While the quantity would not be as much as if they were mass-produced, they still only benefited the division. Furthermore, what if more valuable blueprints ended up leaking? And, continued Han Xiao as he rubbed his chin, I want to have a look at advanced mechanic knowledge. The tall old man furrowed his brows. Was it a coincidence, or had Han Xiao planned to ask for it from the very start? Advanced mechanic knowledge was top secret in Star Dragon, and only accessible with a level 5 or higher clearance. In Galaxy, the equivalent requirement was an honored reputation. Each of the 6 nations and the germinal organization possessed different kinds of advanced knowledge, but only the most trusted and deserving would have a chance to obtain them. Although Han Xiao appeared calm and firm on the outside, he was actually extremely nervous. Such a request would normally be impossible to ask of. Now, it all depended on the tall old man. Why advanced knowledge? Just curious. After 5 minutes of tense silence, the tall old man made up his mind. As he looked deeply into Han Xiao's eyes, he slowly spoke, Fine, I will allow it. Han Xiao was instantly overcome with relief and joy, but he suppressed his emotions. Suddenly, the research director interrupted, Hold on. Advanced knowledge requires a level 5 clearance. This is against the rules. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. If this bastard dares to spoil my plans, I'll beat him into a pulp. What do you suggest then? Gu Hui asked unhappily. Rules are rules. Although you, senior, are okay with it, I hardly think that the others will agree. The tall old man smirked. Are you threatening me? I wouldn't dare, answered the research director matter-of-factly. freewebnovel.com. There were 2 levels of hierarchy in Division 13. Besides the 13 section heads, there existed a higher committee comprised of the chief himself and other high-ranking officials who wielded enormous influence in Star Dragon. The tall, old man was none other than one of the higher-ranking members, and he was the leader of the conservatives. Naturally, the hardliners had an equally powerful backer, which was why the research head dared to speak up. My word alone will suffice, declared the tall old man plainly. The research head gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Then, I suggest granting him only half an hour of browsing. He doesn't even have the proper clearance anyway. Gu Hui and the tall old man exchanged looks. This was a fair suggestion. Besides, Han Xiao himself had only asked to take a look. We'll give you 1 hour, declared Gu Hui. The research head rejoiced secretly. Even an hour would not be enough time to look through a third of the advanced knowledge. Deep down, however, Han Xiao was laughing. 1 hour? Watch me take 1 minute with my talent points. He had to bite his lip to stop himself from grinning. Calm down. Calm down. The advanced knowledge was protected with an extremely secure multi-layered encryption. The code to unlocking it was a combined series of over 148 digit strings that were refreshed constantly. The contents itself were only able to be browsed by using a special terminal. Han Xiao was brought by Gu Hui to take an elevator to a secret basement. When the lift doors opened, Han Xiao was greeted by the sight of a brightly lit metallic hallway lined throughout with surveillance cameras on either side. While there were no guards, the corridor was full of metal detectors and red lasers, and there were guns concealed behind the walls. They would activate automatically upon unauthorized entry. It was a fortress in its own right. How much did you guys spend on this corridor? A few billion, Gu Hui calmly answered. Han Xiao let out a soft snort. The terminal was Star Dragon's most advanced computer. The amount of data that it could process in just 1 second alone could overload a regular computer. It contained all of the nation's top secrets. Han Xiao guessed that even if he maxed his computing talent, it would not be enough to hack through the terminal's firewall. It took an entire 5 minutes to walk across the entire stretch of the hallway. And, As they approached the end, a spherical room appeared in Han Zhao's view. A transparent passageway connected the hallway to the center of the sphere where a screen could be seen. There was also a panel connected with a mouse and a keyboard. This was the interface of the terminal. As they stepped into the room, Han Zhao noticed that there were actually countless optical fibers and advanced-looking computer parts laid inside the glass. The entire room was actually the terminal. Han Zhao, however, was not impressed. Why is the air here so stale? Did you guys forget the ventilation or something? Gu Hui's eye twitched. He calmed himself down and replied, "That is the interface. The preparations have been made. You will not be able to access any other information apart from the advanced knowledge. For the sake of protocol, I will remind you that we will be watching, and you had better not try anything funny." "Got it, I won't make you laugh." Han Zhao nodded and proceeded to walk to the panel. The terminal prompted him for a search input, so he typed in advancement knowledge, and several results appeared on the screen. Esper Advanced Knowledge. DNA, Strengthened Energy Level. Esper Advanced Knowledge. DNA, Strengthened Control. Pugilist Advanced Knowledge. Shockwave Burst. Pugilist Advanced Knowledge. Wave Control. Chapter 48. Advancement. Chapter 48. Advancement. Translator. MJ_editor. Millman 97. In Galaxy, talent trees were named slightly different for each class. Machinery Knowledge Tree for Mechanics, Chi Mastery Tree for Pugilists, DNA Tree for Espers, Spell Knowledge Tree for Mages, and Psychic Ability Tree for Psychics. Pugilists focused on strength and combat, and they practiced the art of Chi. Some of their skills included Energy Burst, which is self-explanatory, and Wave Dash, which allowed instantaneous dodging of attacks. Although pugilists across the universe practiced and employed different kinds of teachings and techniques, all of them were centered around the use of Chi. Espers were far more unique, as each of them possessed different kinds of supernatural powers. An Esper's strength was determined by their DNA growth. Through leveling up their talents, their control over their powers would increase power, speed, control, etc. For example, Magneto, when he was young, could only exert control over small objects like coins. However, as his powers developed, he became able to move entire stadiums and ultimately even control the very Earth's magnetic field. With sufficient time, an Esper's potential could be said to be unlimited. Of course, two Espers with the same superpower might not necessarily use them in the same ways. For example, not all electricity users would be able to emulate each other's feats and applications of electricity manipulation. To some extent, in Galaxy, each player had to choose to specialize. The screen before Han Zhao lit up. Mechanic Advanced Knowledge. Advanced Material Composition. This is weaponry knowledge. Although it appeared that there was only one piece of advanced knowledge suited for mechanics available, Han Zhao was happy enough to have it. Now, no one in Star Dragon will be able to stop me. Han Zhao pressed enter without hesitation. Immediately, columns of texts and complex diagrams flashed across on the screen. Advanced Knowledge Detected. freewabove.com. Advanced Material Composition. Use 2 talent points to learn. Y/N. Yes. Han Zhao began to grow dizzy as all the knowledge on the screen started to transmit into his brain. Learning in progress, do not cancel. 1%, 12%, 37%. Although the entire process only took a few seconds, it felt much longer to Han Zhao. Suddenly, Han Zhao flung his head back. The upload had been completed successfully. Success. You have learnt Advanced Material Composition. Unlocking Advanced Weaponry Talents. LV. 20 Novice Mechanic Advancement Mission complete. You may now choose one of the following 3 advancements. Cannon Master, Technician, or War Machine. These were the 3 paths available to mechanics, and choosing one was an irreversible decision. Cannon Masters specialized in long-ranged bombardment and heavy artillery. At higher levels, they possessed frightening firepower. It was commonly known in Galaxy that the key to winning or losing against Cannon Masters lay in range. If the enemy Cannon Master is within 100 m, don't hesitate, charge him down. However, if he is over 1000 m away, it would be wise to proceed with caution. and if he is 3000 m away, well, that won't be the end of the world just yet, but any further and good luck, buddy. War machines, on the other hand, employed technologically advanced combat weapons to fight at close range. From bio-armor to mobile suits, there were many ways for war machines to quench their thirst for melee combat. Yet, when compared to the technician, both of these paths steered away from the true essence of a mechanic invention. Over 80% of blueprints were exclusive to technicians, so choosing either path would mean forfeiting the ability to create many higher-level gear and machines. The trade-off was that they were superior to technicians in combat and, to most, more fun to play. After all, most people considered manufacturing classes to be boring. Technicians were always the least popular class until version 3.0. In Galaxy, Han Xiao had mained a technician, preferring them to the other two paths, so he had already set his mind on the technician path from the very start. Congratulations! You have succeeded in class advancement. Han Xiao could feel an invisible, mysterious power wrapping around his body. You are now a technician LV. 1. Plus 30 STR, plus 1 dex, plus 1 end, plus 3 int. 3 attribute points gained. 1 talent point gained. You have completed the first advancement. Endurance stat boost has increased. 1 endurance equals 15 max HP. 1 endurance equals 18 stamina. Although from start to end nothing appeared to have happened in the eyes of Gu Hui and the others, incredible changes had taken place within Han Zhao's body. At present, the mysterious power enveloping him was not only granting him new power, it was awakening the dormant energy lying within his very cells, causing it to resonate. Suddenly, the interface lit up. You have gained energy affinity. Metal. You have acquired a new ability. Presence of mind. You have learnt energy training technique. You have learnt intermediate mechanic affinity. You have learnt blueprint. Special platinum alloy. When the process ended, Han Xiao felt as though his body had been entirely remodeled. He could now see with stunning clarity the tiny specks of dust on the keyboard, and even the previously unnoticeable buzz of the current running throughout the glass sphere room was now clearly audible to him. I did it! Han Xiao brought up the character information tab. Name Han Xiao. Race. Human. Carbon-based. Model. NPC. Launch countdown. 138 days. 3 hours and 51 minutes. Level 21. Experience. 181,000. Main class. LV. 10 novice mechanics /LV. 1 apprentice technician. 0/50. 000. Health. 670/670. Stamina. 854 of 854. Attributes. 31 STR. 18 DEX. 38 END. 32 INT. 1 MYS. 5 CHA. 1 LUK. Unassigned stat points 3. Energy. 16160. LV. 3. New energy type. Magnetic. Gives a bonus to machinery affinity. LV. 1. 10 energy. STR plus 1. DEX. Plus 1. END plus 1. INT plus 1 max stamina plus 20. Damage, machinery, plus 1%. Crafting speed plus 1%. LV. 250 energy. STR plus 3. DEX. Plus 2. END plus 3. INT plus 1 max stamina plus 50. Damage, machinery, plus 2%. Crafting speed plus 2%. LV. 3 100 energy. STR plus 3. DEX. Plus 3. END plus 5. INT plus 2 max stamina plus 100. Damage, machinery, plus 3%. Crafting speed plus 3%. Energy level. 98 to 104. Grade Class E Superhuman. You have finally taken the first step of transcendence. Don't get too full of yourself. There is still a long way to go. Specializations. High focus. Lesser mental resistance. Hard worker. New. Presence of mind plus 5 INT. Class abilities. Basic machinery affinity LV.5. Basic maintenance LV. 10. Basic enhancement LV. 10. Basic refining LV. 1. Overload LV. 1. Blueprint. Sky Swallow Gliders LV. 1. Blueprint. Prosthetic Limb LV. 1. Blueprint. Lightweight Mechanical Arm LV. 1. Blueprint. Rover LV. 1. Blueprint. High Explosive LV.3. Blueprint. Retractable Knife LV. 2. New. Intermediate Mechanic Affinity LV. 1 to plus 2% production quantity, plus 2% production speed. New. Strafe LV. 1. Cost. 3 energy, 15 stamina. Cooldown 12s. For 2 seconds, enables instantaneous movement within a 3-meter radius. Grants 15% bonus firing speed for the duration of the skill. Can only be used when equipped with a gun. This skill can be activated even if you are on your last bullet. New. Blueprint. Platinum alloy. Grade green. This material is made with advanced technology. It has high ductility and is suitable for making armor and various machines. Crafting requirement. Basic refining LV. 5. Other abilities. Basic combat LV. 10 to plus 10% damage, barehanded. Plus 2 STR, plus 1 END. Basic shooting LV. 8 to plus 8% accuracy, ranged. Grappling LV. 5 to plus 7% counter, melee. Plus 10% damage, barehanded. Precise aim LV. 1 to plus 3% accuracy, ranged. Plus 2% critical rate, ranged. Special Ops Combat LV. 1 to plus 6% critical rate, melee. Plus 4% damage, barehanded. Stealing LV. 1. New. Energy Training Technique. Plus 10 energy. 0/80 times. Each use costs 800 experience and 500 stamina. Talent points. 16. Class Talent Tree. Weaponry. Basic Assembly LV. 1/0/1. Basic Mechanical Engineering LV. 2/0/1. Basic Bionics LV. 2/0/1. Basic Weaponry Knowledge LV. 1/0/1. Basic Material Knowledge LV. 1/0/1. New. Advanced Material Composition LV. 1/0/2. 14 talents not learnt. Energy. 20 talents not learnt. Manipulation. 20 talents not learnt. Reputations. Germinal Organization. Hated. -1000. Stardragon SDI. Division 13. Neutral. 300/1000. Clearance Level 1. Legend 0. Chapter 49 Squad Leaders Return. Chapter 49. Squad Leaders Return. Translator. MJ_editor. Millman 97. 180,000 experience, 45,000 from the Black Spider mission, and the rest mostly accumulated from Han Zhao's efforts in tirelessly crafting retractable knives and highly explosive gunpowder. Currently, both blueprints were at LV 2 and LV 3 respectively. As they were cheap and easy to craft, they were much easier to level up in contrast to other blueprints like the lightweight mecha arm or the Rover. A month had passed since Han Zhao arrived at the Western capital. Since then, Han Zhao had earned an overall amount of 200,000 experience, which was equal to a third of what he had earned back in his 6-month stint with the Germinal Organization. Now, with over $1,500,000 in his possession, finances were the least of Han Zhao's concern. The first-class advancement was the biggest game-changer as it granted the player an energy attribute. Han Zhao lightly pressed his thumb towards his index finger. As soon as he did so, his index was enveloped by a sort of invisible air. It felt similar to a weak current, and Han Zhao could discern that it was magnetism. Magnetism was one of the attributes that a mechanic could specialize in. Combat-wise, it was not as powerful as the destructive attributes of fire or lightning. Instead, its main use was in strengthening the machinery affinity of a mechanic. It would eventually allow for automated crafting. Energy attributes were not limited to just the natural elements. Instead, they could be thought of more as concepts of how each class uses energy. For example, the energy attribute for psychics is spirit. Furthermore, energy attributes could also be nurtured and changed. For example, a pugilist who cultivated various techniques would be able to grasp the speed of wind, power of fire, or hardness of iron, etc. Abstract thinking and intermediate machinery affinity were self-explanatory, while strafe was an active defensive skill. If Han Shao had chosen the path of Cannonmaster, he would have gained 3 new skills. However, he only gained one, strafe, a defensive skill. Han Shao was by no means a coward who did not dare to face the enemy head-on, but he did indeed prefer a dual-natured skill like this that could be used both offensively and defensively to other flashy and high-damage ones. Furthermore, gaining unlimited ammo, even if temporary, could prove to be useful. Energy training technique was a common skill acquired after the first advancement. It was a special type of growth skill that did not have a level system. Instead, its effects could be improved through repeated usage/practice that expended experience, and each use increased the character's energy, up until the skill's set usage limit. The user's energy attribute played an important part in the training effectiveness. Most energy-related training techniques utilized such a growth system. Energy was indeed an integral part of superhumans. It largely decided a character's grade and power level. The early levels of energy stages are as follows: LV 1-10, LV 2 to 50, LV 3 to 100, LV 4 to 200, LV 5 to 400, LV 6 to 1000. Not only did reaching the next energy level give each player bonus stats, there were also extra benefits that could be unlocked upon reaching certain levels. LV 1 was the bare benchmark, and while Hila was only LV 30, her energy level had already reached 500 auna, roughly 5 times more than Han Zhao's. One of the reasons for this was the energy training technique system. Platinum alloy was a new material type blueprint acquired through advanced material composition. The alloy itself was green in color, and it was well suited for making armor due to its sturdiness. This crafting requirement was LV 5 novice refining. Of the 180,000 experience at hand, Han Shao decided to spend 25,000 to reach LV 10 agent. This gave him a number of stats, plus 2 STR, plus 2 DEX, plus 3 END, plus 1 CHA, as well as 1 talent point and 1 assignable stat point. Advancement detected. Delete civilian class, Y/N. The civilian class was simply one of the default starting classes for new characters. It functioned as a tutorial class that could be deleted upon the first advancement. The experience that a player put into the civilian class would be refunded upon deletion, unless the unknowing player had maxed it out. Delete, I guess, mumbled Han Shao to himself. There was nothing to lose from deleting it. The civilian class subsequently disappeared from the information window, leaving it to reflect only a max-level agent, as well as Han Zhao's character level of 21. Next, Han Shao inputted another 45,000 experience points to raise basic shooting to LV 10, which gave him 10% accuracy, plus 2 DEX, and another talent point. In short, Han Shao had just spent 70,000 experience points, but he still needed to save 64,000 for the energy training technique, leaving him with, "Yup, give me a second. 47,000 more experience points. I'll keep them for now," muttered Han Shao, lamenting how quickly the experience points vanished. Fortunately for him, there was still the high-explosive gunpowder that he had been stocking up on. It would ensure a steady stream of experience ahead. When the time was up, Gu Hui promptly escorted Han Shao back upstairs, where Feng Jun had been waiting. Suddenly, Han Shao remembered something. "Oh right, I heard that it was a guy called Korat who stirred up this incident. Help me get word out that I won't be selling anything to this person." Feng Jun grimaced. "Do you think I'm a messenger or something?" Han Shao raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you?" Feng Jun opened his mouth, but no words came out. "Fine," he groaned. "He says he's blacklisted me?" Korat laughed coldly, seemingly unfazed. "All along, He had only been concerned with personal gain, and he did not see how Han Xiao could ever pose a threat to him. With the resolution of the incident, Han Xiao returned to the workshop, where 3 days went by peacefully. Having just advanced, Han Xiao spent the time adjusting to his newly upgraded body. With his past life's experience, he quickly got in sync and began to train with the energy training technique. Each training expended experience points as well as stamina. As stamina recovery rate was limited, and Han Xiao had to continue with manufacturing, he could only train up to 2 times a day. You have trained with energy training technique once. Mastery, 81%. Stamina, +3. Training effectiveness depended on the main stat of one's class. The main stat for mechanics was INT, so he devoted 4 unassigned points into INT, raising its total to 36. Previously, Han Xiao had needed to put quite a few points into STR and END, but that was only for the purpose of escaping the germinal facility. From now on, he could focus solely on INT. The effectiveness of energy training technique was divided into 3 stages. +1 stamina for lower than 40% mastery. +2 stamina for 40% to 80% mastery. +3 stamina for 80% and above mastery. Han Xiao was right on stage 3. As Han Xiao had no other outlet to sell the retractable knife for now, and a few days had already gone by, he felt that it was about time to release the gunpowder. By now, he had produced thousands of bullets. He was just about to ring Li Yilin up when she beat him to it. "Leader is out of the hospital. He's called us up." Han Xiao found himself the last to arrive at the secret ops team meeting room, where, other than the trio, was another man. The man's face was extremely square, and he seemed both righteous and stern. He looked extremely reliable and currently had his lips pursed. "So, you are Han Xiao?" The team leader's eyes were filled with both unhappiness and caution as he examined Han Xiao. Han Xiao was caught off guard by him. Suddenly, Liao tugged on his sleeve and muttered to him, "He has the final say in who can join secret ops, but since your case was special and you had the approval from the higher-ups without going through him, he's a bit, unhappy. But don't worry. Leader might be strict, but he's not a bad person." That explained things. Han Xiao was given a second shock when he turned to look at Liao. Liao's entire body was wrapped in bandages, and he looked very much like a giant rice dumpling, with only his eyes and mouth revealed. It was an extremely pitiful state. "Who beat you up?" asked a bewildered Han Xiao. Suddenly, Li Yilin coughed. Liao looked as though he was about to say something but changed his words. I fell down." Han Xiao gave him a weird look. His injuries were so serious, if he really fell, he must have done the fall 100 times if you're a man challenge. "Let me introduce myself," interrupted the leader. "I am the team's leader, Zhang Wei," he introduced, shocking Han Xiao a 3rd time. "How casual is your parents' naming sense? I think only Yi Qiu or Yi Fan could be worse." Han Xiao's response, for some reason, caused Zhang Wei to look confused. "You know Yi Fan from Haixia's military affairs?" Middle cough. I worked with him a few times back in the hostel." "Heavens, there really exists someone with such a godly name? That guy's rank must be S+. Anyway," continued Zhang Wei sternly, "with your inclusion, our team is back to being a 5-man cell. Although your position is in the back line, I still have to say this. As your background is a complete mystery, and I don't trust your ability yet, I will continue to observe you for now. I don't care if it's some high-level agent who assigned you here. If you fail to meet my expectations, I will kick you out of the squad." Chapter 50 Rescue Mission, Part 1. Chapter 50 Rescue Mission, Part 1. Translator, MJ_editor. Milman 97. Han Zhao's eyelid twitched. Trust did indeed take time to be established. Zhang Wei might have been blunt, but he was, without a doubt, simply acting the part of a responsible leader. Naturally, Han Xiao was not offended at all. However, the chances of him being kicked out were non-existent. After all, the top brass had decided things. Zhang Wei himself understood this fact, but, as the leader of a squad, he could not just instantly accept someone whose background was a complete mystery. The higher-ups had not provided him with any information regarding Han Xiao. Furthermore, in his eyes, Han Xiao was still new, and it remained to be seen if he was truly capable. In their field of work, the slightest mistake could result in the gravest of consequences. So being assigned a new guy all of a sudden was not a laughing matter. Of course, it was not that Zhang Wei looked down on newbies. However, he believed that any new agent should have to go through 2 or 3 years of training before earning the right to even be considered for secret ops. Who the hell threw this guy to us? Do they think that we're babysitters? They're taking this far too lightly. Damn you all. As Zhang Wei continued to examine Han Xiao, he made up his mind to ignore the repercussions and kick Han Xiao to another team if he proved unable to gel with the squad. Meanwhile, Han Xiao did not know what was going through his mind, but he found that Zhang Wei's eyes were slowly filling up with animosity. Suddenly, Li Yao's laptop flashed, prompting him to turn his neck around with much effort. His expression changed as he yelled, "There's an urgent mission. They want us to depart now." "Details?" asked Zhang Wei sternly. Ma Qingyang's team was ambushed during their mission to assault a germinal base. The higher-ups want us to provide assistance immediately. They'll fill us in on the plane. Assaulting a germinal base? Wondered Han Xiao. He could guess roughly what had occurred, having previously given Division 13 info on 3 of their bases. All 3 bases were situated within Star Dragon territory, which was why Star Dragon had been able to immediately mobilize its troops to destroy 2 of them. The destruction of these 2 bases had increased Han Zhao's achievement progress rate to 2%. However, the Germinal were no fools and had clearly anticipated that the 3rd base would be attacked as well. They had clearly set up a trap. Zhang Wei promptly headed for the door. When he passed Han Xiao, he paused for a moment and frowned before instructing, "Li Yao, you will stay behind to provide support. Han Xiao, you are new, so this is a good chance for you. Stay with Li Yao and learn well if you want to become useful." Li Yao was about to say something, but he hesitated. Han Xiao smiled and simply replied, "Fine." As Zhang Wei did not participate in the Black Spider mission and had only received a flowery description of events from Li Yilin, he did not trust in Han Xiao's ability yet. Han Xiao sighed inwardly. He understood this well. Han Xiao pondered for a moment before holding Li Yilin back to pass her 4 magazines of high-explosive ammo. "Consider it a gift from a friend." Li Yilin's eyes lit up upon seeing them. "Is this your new invention?" Han Xiao chuckled. "Don't squander them. They can start quite a fire." You have triggered the E-Class mission. Rescue. Mission description. Provide assistance to the Secret Ops team being chased by the enemy. Your role is to assist your teammates in completing this mission. Mission requirement. Successfully rescue Ma Qingyang's squad. Mission rewards. 8,000 experience. Bonus rewards none. 8,000 experience only, lamented Han Xiao. Fitting for a backline support, I guess. "Brother Han," said Li Yao. "Leader isn't particularly against you or anything like that, so don't worry about it." "I know," replied Han Xiao casually, which eased Li Yao's worries. He then swiftly popped up 3 laptops and worked away at them to adjust the video and audio feeds. From the first-person footage on the screen, they could see that the trio had already boarded the aircraft. Beneath HQ was a special railway used to quickly transport agents and staff to a landing site. On the jet followed another team of 12 Secret Ops agents, and on the way, Han Xiao, Li Yilin, and Li Yao made small talk, while Zhang Wei and Lambert closed their eyes in rest. An hour later, the jet arrived at their destination. It was a cold desert filled with long stretches of dunes, and a bright, scorching sun was hanging in the azure sky, the intense heat of which caused the air to shimmer and the ground to simmer. Upon contact with the sand, the agent's boots instantly gave off a burnt smell. "We have arrived," reported Zhang Wei in a deep voice. The trio were fully equipped. Li Yilin, still with that yellow hoodie and black bodysuit, had a retractable knife by her waist and a black bag over her back that contained the lightweight Mecha arm. Lambert carried 10 modified retractable daggers and a huge, large-caliber rifle, and Zhang Wei, whose equipment gave even Han Xiao a shock. It was a powered armor suit. Zhang Wei's entire body was covered inside a sturdy, grayish suit of armor that spotted a few scars of battle. The helmet would have fit right in with the Middle Ages and only had openings for vision, but the arms were modified and fitted two thick-barreled machine guns. The ammo belt was concealed within the armor, but the reload chamber was located near the thighs. On the back of the suit hung a hexagon shield of steel, reminiscent of a tortoise, and overall, the suit made Zhang Wei look like an incomparably heavy, giant clunk of iron that was designed for show. It spurred Han Zhao's interest. This is the prototype for the combatant armored suit, one of the few suits available back in version 1.0. Frio Ubi Novel de Sio. As the 6 nations each possessed different kinds of advanced knowledge, the suits that they engineered differed from one another. Theseus was the nation that initiated development of the armored suit, and sometime after the game's launch, they made the combatant armored suit, a mini-modular mobile suit, the first of its kind on planet Aquamarine. At present, it was probably still under development, but although what Zhang Wei was wearing was just a prototype, Han Xiao wondered how Division 13 were able to acquire Thesusian technology. In Galaxy, players who were exalted with Theseus could purchase the combatant armored suit from them. They were extremely pricey, and even routine maintenance and repairs cost well over tens of thousands. It was not something that most players could afford. As a backline support, Han Zhao's duty included maintenance of equipment, so Zhang Wei's armored suit would probably fall into his charge as well. Without encryption measures in place, technicians were able to reverse engineer blueprints. If the technician already possessed the required knowledge, it would make the process faster, but even without any, it was still possible to reverse engineer a piece of machinery or technology, just that it would take much more time and require astronomically larger amounts of experience. Furthermore, the results would often come out as incomplete. The required knowledge for crafting the combatant armored suit was an advanced weaponry knowledge possessed by Theseus. Han Xiao bit his finger. If he could reverse engineer the blueprints of the armored suit, then even if incomplete, they would still provide him with a new means of combat and boost his combat power. However, when he thought of how he could better spend the experience on the other more valuable and useful blueprints in his memory, he gave up the idea. Liao spoke into the intercom. Ma Qingyang's squad is about 13 kilometers away. There are 15 armored cars and 1 Black Harrier helicopter in pursuit. The meeting point is set on a hill 3 kilometers away. The objective will be to slow down the enemy and link up with the Ma Qingyang squad. Do not engage the enemy excessively. I have already sent them the coordinates. Now, get ready. His instructions were clear, as befitting of a backline supporter, functioning as a third eye to provide precise coordination and tactical advice. The trio and the field team swiftly arrived at the hill, where they lay in wait for the enemy. Soon after, the sound of engines began to approach, and on the vast desert plains appeared a single vehicle being chased by over a dozen others. The sound of gunfire was incessant, and behind the fleeing car was a continuous trail of smoke and blasts. Aboard were none other than Ma Qingyang's squad. "Ready!" ordered Zhang Wei sternly as he closely waited for the germinal vehicles to come in range. "Fire!" Suddenly, from behind the hill, a rain of metal dense enough to cover the sky descended upon the surprised germinal agents. Bullets rang and clattered nonstop as they hit the armored vehicles. Upon the sudden ambush, the leading germinal vehicle immediately spun around to avoid direct hits, almost overturning as it skidded. Chapter 51, Rescue Mission, Part 2. Chapter 51, Rescue Mission, Part 2. Translator, MJ_editor, Milman 97. Zhang Wei's twin guns roared like fire-spewing dragons as they unleashed an endless stream of large-caliber bullets onto the nearest 2 all-terrain cars. Within the space of a few seconds, the 2 cars exploded into balls of flames. Meanwhile, Lambert was showcasing his skill with the rifle. He remained still as he fired shot after shot of steel core bullets with 100% accuracy to halt the enemy's advance. "The reinforcements are here." Aboard the fleeing car, Ma Qingyang and his teammates rejoiced. Almost the entire team had sustained injuries and were lying down. As they neared the hill, Ma Qingyang stuck his head out from the window of the driver's seat and yelled, "Old Zhang, there's too many of them. Quickly flee." Right at this moment, a strange gale of wind suddenly descended upon the rescue team's location. The dancing sand began to form the image of a ghostly face. The sight of it was both unnerving and ominous. "Duck!" bellowed Zhang Wei as he hurriedly dropped to the ground to roll away. As the armored suit was too heavy, he did not have many other choices of movement. Li Yilin and Lambert were the quickest to react, and they managed to duck to a side. As the gale crashed onto the ground, the blast sent a number of field agents flying. Zhang Wei suddenly felt a sharp pain throughout his mind, and his nose started to bleed. As he looked around, to his horror, the other field agents who had not been able to run away in time were all bleeding profusely from their orifices as they twitched uncontrollably. "Mental attack!" yelled a shocked Zhang Wei. "The enemy is a superhuman." As he looked towards the enemy fleet to find the source of the attack, he noticed the hood of one of the cars open up, and a slender woman in a jet-black leather suit jumped out and started running towards them at an incredible speed. Her head full of red hair floated behind her, making her seem like some kind of red and black flash of lightning. Hila's eyes were emotionless. With a wave of a hand, another ghostly face appeared in midair in front of Zhang Wei. The wind wailed horrifyingly. "No, that's not the wind. That is the screaming of souls." Necromastery. This was indeed Hila's ability. Zhang Wei's consciousness began to grow blurry, causing him to crumple to the ground. If it were not for his strong physique, he would probably have died on the spot. Back at Division 13, Han Xiao furrowed his brows. Pushing Li Yao to take command, he barked, "She is the Germinal's combat commander. Quickly flee." Zhang Wei was about to reprimand Han Xiao for snatching command when, to his surprise, he discovered that Li Yilin and Lambert were unhesitatingly retreating. It appeared as though they fully trusted in Han Xiao's judgment. Is the new guy that reliable? Suppressing his shock, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and stood up to activate the thrusters by his legs, allowing him to jump 5 to 6 meters a leap. As he bounded after the pair, he continued to fire cover shots towards Hila to slow her down. Hila reached the hilltop in no time, and with another wave of her hand, a gray light flashed across the entire area. The remaining field agents instantly collapsed to the ground. There was no apparent injury on their bodies, yet all of them had ceased breathing. Han Zhao's expression was extremely grave. He had known all along of Hila's true strength. It was a thing of fortune that he had not needed to face her during his escape. In Galaxy, her powers were classified as having the exceedingly rare potential of S-Class, surpassing the heavenly level. At present, Hila's power was still but a fraction of what she would eventually become capable of, yet even this bit was still too overwhelming. "She's too fast. Li Yilin, it's up to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yilin turned around to face the incoming Hila. As she kicked towards her direction, a yellow burst of energy shot out that managed to push Hila back a few steps. "Pugilist." Hila squinted at Li Yilin as she clasped both hands together, conjuring an even larger ghostly face that smashed towards her. Maintaining her composure, Li Yilin ducked underneath the ghostly face with a slide and managed to avoid a direct hit. As she approached Hila, she whipped out the retractable knife by her waist and gave a mighty cleave. Hila's eyes widened at the suddenness of her blow, and she did a tumble on the ground to evade. Seizing the initiative, Li Yilin followed up with a series of powerful strikes with her legs. A stamp, a smash, a sweep, and a kick, the string of attacks flowing beautifully like a dancing swallow. Fast enough to create afterimages, but Li Yilin was certainly not just about speed. The force of her blows backed her killing intent. Swallow style. On the receiving end, Hila wrapped her arms with a gray aura to strengthen them, allowing her to block each blow with them. The fact that Hila did not seem to be receiving any damage at all only went to show how far apart they were in terms of strength. Li Yilin specialized in close combat yet could not overwhelm her. The exchange lasted for only a few seconds, but anything could have happened in that short span of time. Use the mecha arm. It'll let you help Lambert get a chance to snipe her. Biting her lip, Li Yilin quickly inserted her left arm into the bag and pulled it out with the lightweight mechanical arm equipped. With a powerful strike combining her own power with that of the mecha arm, she finally managed to break through Hila's defenses by blowing her arms away, leaving her chest exposed. The mecha arm followed through into her flesh. A direct hit. Hila's face flashed red momentarily, and with a low harumph brought her palms together and rubbed them slowly, And as soon as she did so, the gray aura wrapping her arms began to revolve faster and faster. Next, she threw down both arms, palms facing the ground. And, from where she stood, powerful winds began to arise, assaulting the entire surrounding. Lin hastily retreated backwards, but even so, her mind was still struck by the mental attack, causing her soul to feel like it was being torn apart. The pain was indescribable, and 2 streams of blood trickled down from Lin's nose as her vision seemed to turn upside down, causing her to nearly lose her balance and fall over. FRioUbnovel.com. As Gila examined the familiar visage of the lightweight mecha arm, she yelled in rage and shock. "How are you related to Zero?" "Zero? Who?" Lin was bewildered. Right at this moment, Lambert saw his opportunity and fired a shot. Gila's expression changed at the sound of the sniper rifle, and she immediately lunged sideways to dodge while enveloping her entire body with her gray aura. The large-caliber sniper rifle bullet hit her on the shoulder, sending her spinning backwards in the air, as though hit by a train at full speed. "Zhang Wei, quickly take Lin and run." Zhang Wei did not take offense at being directly called by name. It was with Han Zhao's direction that Lin and Lambert had managed to injure the scary woman, and he now had some trust in Han Zhao's judgment. He hurriedly lifted Lin in his hands and turned around to leap towards Ma Qingyang's vehicle. As they retreated, the remainder of the Germinal fleet arrived at the foot of the hill, and they began to open fire. Sparks flew as the bullets deflected off Zhang Wei's armored suit, only leaving dents and marks. Zhang Wei did not even bother to take a look behind him. All that was going through his head was that the armored suit was truly his lucky charm this day. In the past, he had always had grievances over it being too heavy, but now it was proving to be extremely reliable. "Get in the car!" yelled an anxious Ma Qingyang as he hurriedly slowed down for them. The trio managed to board the vehicle, but it was a close shave. The concentrated fire was nearly enough to penetrate it. Now that they were in the clear, Zhang Wei finally had time to assess the enemy's status. Their fleet was not fast enough to catch up with them, and that powerful superhuman had not gotten up yet. As long as they made it to the aircraft, everything would be fine. "We're safe now." Zhang Wei let out a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, Han Xiao had bad news for him. "Look out above." "Above?" Zhang Wei gave a start. "Right, they still have a helicopter." The Black Harrier finally made its appearance and began to shoot down at their car. "We have to take that out somehow," assessed Zhang Wei immediately. "If not, our own aircraft will be in danger." "Lambert, it's up to you and your sniper rifle." Lambert shook his head plainly. "I'm all out of armor-piercing shells. Standard bullets won't do against the Black Harrier's thick armor. Even if I had some left, it would take more than 7 shots. Are we really going to die here?" Despair was written all over Ma Qingyang's face. They were only a kilometer away from their escape plan's extraction point, but it did not seem like they would make it. Suddenly, Han Xiao spoke. "Did you forget my present?" Lin gave a start and hurriedly took out the 4 magazines. One of them was filled with rifle bullets. "What does this do?" "See for yourself." Lambert quickly took the magazine from Lin and loaded his sniper rifle. As he readied to fire the shot, everyone watched on in anticipation. This single bullet was their final hope. In this critical moment, time seemed to slow down for all of them. As soon as Lambert pulled the trigger, a brass shell flew out from the chamber, and the crimson bullet was ignited as it accelerated out of the barrel spinning. Whirling, it landed directly on the helicopter's bulletproof glass. Suddenly, the crimson bullet opened up like a blooming flower to expose its explosive contents to the air. Kaboom! The entire helicopter was instantly engulfed in a giant ball of flames. On closer inspection, the fire was actually burning off on the very armor itself, as though it had actually been ignited. The helicopter began to spin out on control midair. The pilot, in his panic, decided to abandon ship. On board the car, everyone was completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. Slowly, their attention turned towards the magazines that were full of the magic ammo. Even reinforced armor was ignited. "What the hell is this ammo? Who got their hands on such good treasure?" asked a stupefied Ma Qingyang. Li Yalin's eyes began to shine. This stuff is good. She immediately loaded up her handgun with one of the magazines and fired a few shots. The pursuing enemy vehicles similarly went up in balls of flames, and even the missed shots were setting the ground ablaze. As the vehicle's armor heated up, their interiors soon turned into furnaces, and the heat was even causing the engine and other key parts to overheat, putting a halt to their pursuit. As the gang's car charged into the aircraft hangar, the pilot who had been anxiously observing the situation immediately took flight, and they were soon gone with the wind. Back on the ground, Gila's face was pale. Where she had been shot at on her shoulder was only a shallow wound. She was using her gray aura to heal it up. As she grudgingly watched the aircraft leave, she made a call to the boss and said through gritted teeth, "We've found Zero's trail." Chapter 52, Gains. Chapter 52, Gains. Translator, MJ_editor. Millman 97. Rescue. Completed. You have earned 8,000 experience points. Plus 100 reputation. Star Dragon SDI. Bro Xiao, you're the best. Li Yao's eyes glowed with admiration. Hey, you only just realized? Replied Han Xiao with a hint of smugness. Zhang Wei, realizing that he had misjudged Han Xiao, apologized. Sorry for doubting your ability before. Today, we only made it out alive thanks to your guidance and your equipment. Welcome to the team. A late welcome was better than none. Han Xiao chuckled. No need to apologize over such trivial matters. I'm a gracious man. Zhang Wei felt a shiver down his spine. Han Xiao's words sounded odd to him. Oh right, continued Han Xiao. Who made your armored suit? Oh, this is just a prototype of the combatant-powered armor. It was among the spoils of war during the battle with Theseus a few years back. Presently, it's the only functional one we have. They tried to reverse engineer it, but as progress was too slow and maintenance proved troublesome as well, it was handed to me. The combatant armored suit's crafting prerequisite was the advanced weaponry talent large-scale remodeling, which was also required to craft many other power suits, machine frames, and other larger combat machinery. If Theseus had only just created the prototype, then Star Dragon would definitely be much further behind. Han Xiao saw his chance. You can leave the maintenance to me. Sure, rejoiced Zhang Wei. He now trusted Han Xiao's ability. Is this special bullet a new invention of yours? Interrupted Li Yalin excitedly. Han Xiao proceeded to fully explain the use of the high-explosive gunpowder. Regular incendiary ammunition required a flammable target to work effectively, but the high-explosive gunpowder contained a special chemical that could activate upon simply coming into contact with the air and light up anything that it came into contact with. Its temperature and power were comparable to a Molotov, but what made it scary was that this power could be harnessed within bullets. Everyone could see how this was a game-changer. Are you selling this? Asked Ma Qingyang animatedly. Of course, 50 a bullet. Now that they had proved effective, it was a good time to release them. I want 200, replied Ma Qingyang immediately. 20 handgun bullets, 150 submachine gun bullets, and 30 sniper rifle bullets. Okay, answered Han Xiao. You can collect them in a day. You can start to collect orders, he instructed Li Yalin privately. Like before, I'll give you a 20% discount. Li Yalin's lips curled into a grin. News of how the mission unfolded spread like wildfire in Division 13. Naturally, the incendiary bullets became the talk of the town. Han Xiao's new product? I heard that that's what saved their lives. The retractable knife incident had already garnered Han Xiao a lot of attention. Upon Ma Qingyang's order of the bullets becoming public knowledge, many agents came forward to inquire about them. As a way of repaying Han Xiao's team for rescuing them, Ma Qingyang held a live demonstration in the practice field. Everyone was stunned by the power of the incendiary bullets, and the first thing they did after the demonstration was look for Li Yalin to place orders. Everything was going according to Han Xiao's plan. It was a revolutionary invention, and this time, the top brass knew they had to make sure that things would not end up like the previous fiasco. They even brought the research director in for a warning before he even did anything. The division offered Han Xiao numerous terms to provide both field ops and special ops with the new bullets, and he agreed to sell them at a slightly lower price of $20,000 for 500 bullets. In just the first day alone, Han Zhao's stockpile of a few thousand bullets was sold out, earning him $200,000. Coupled with the $1,500,000 that he had earned from the underground network, his savings were not small. After the class advancement, Han Zhao's production speed was raised considerably, and he focused solely on producing the gunpowder. As a show of support, Division 13 decided to provide him with cartridges and shells, which greatly sped up the process. Each batch yielded around 300 bullets, and Han Zhao was able to produce over 10 such batches a day. Crafting a bullet gave Han Zhao 5 to 10 experience points, so he was able to earn up to 30,000 experience in just a single day. It was probably the fastest experience growth ever by a mechanic of his level. Not selling to me? Korat was fuming. Initially, he had thought that a simple apology would resolve the grudge between him and Han Zhao. After all, money was money. However, Li Yilin actually shut the door tight on him. Han Zhao said that you're on his blacklist, and he instructed me not to take either your money nor your apology. The other agents who had initially thought of reporting the retractable knife had Korat to thank for taking the initiative back then. Or else they would be in the same predicament as him now. When Korat offered to buy the bullets from his colleagues at a higher price, he found out that none of them were willing to. Even when he set his price at 200 a bullet, no one agreed, not even his closest colleagues. He was clearly being ostracized, but he could not understand why until one of his old friends told him, "Selling to you would offend Han Zhao. No one would want to risk being blacklisted by him, seeing as to how he probably will come up with more good stuff. Who would help you at their own expense?" His words served a wake-up call to Korat. To think that it was the complete opposite back then. For money, he chose to trample over Han Zhao. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. Meanwhile, in a workroom, Luo Xian opened up a box before him to reveal 20 incendiary bullets. He had gotten someone to help him acquire them. Han Zhao had only blacklisted Korat and his team, not Luo Xian. In Han Zhao's eyes, Luo Xian had simply been doing his job as part of the research department in trying to reverse engineer his blueprints. At the very least, he did not seem as vile to Han Zhao as Korat did. Now that the research department was being kept under watch, there was no need for Han Zhao to worry about them. Moreover, Luo Xian was also just support staff like him. However, this inexplicably caused Luo Xian to become resentful of Han Zhao. "Damn you, Han Zhao! Do you look down on me so much that you ignore me?" What he did not realize was that Han Zhao did not look down on him. Instead, Han Zhao had never even seen him before. To avoid offending Han Zhao, the research director lay down an order preventing anyone from researching Han Zhao's bullets, but Luo Xian naturally did not care, and he still thought of himself as superior to Han Zhao, and that he could easily reproduce the bullets, like with the retractable knife. "If I succeed, the higher-ups will definitely value me even more. I cannot afford to fail." The more Luo Xian thought about it, the more perfect his plan seemed to himself. Taking a deep breath to prepare himself, Luo Xian began to work at opening the bullet up. What he needed to do was examine the properties of the incendiary agent inside. Clank! Luo Xian managed to extract the bullet case. The next step would be to open it up and extract the contents with a special suction tube to prevent friction. Carefully, he opened the bullet case. Success! Now I will just have to analyze dash. Suddenly, a blazing light filled up his entire vision. Chapter 53 Undercurrents. Chapter 53 Undercurrents. Translator MJ_editor Millman 97. Ring. The shrill of the fire alarm rang through the hallways as the fire spread. Thick, black smoke filled up the entire research department as the research staff headed for safety. The sprinklers quickly put a stop to the spreading fire, but many documents were ruined, and sparks were flying out of some computers and machines. The walls and ceiling were filled with black burn marks. What could have caused the fire? Wondered the heartbroken research director aloud as he looked at the ruins. Security soon arrived to begin inspection. The fire started from the workshop. Luo Xian, his entire body soaking wet, and his entire face black, was supported out by the guards. All his hair had been burnt off, including his eyebrows, and he looked just like a soy egg, or rather, a century egg. Being able to react quickly, in addition to having a fire extinguisher nearby, saved him from further disfigurement. He had not expected the incendiary agent to be gaseous. It combusted the very second it came into contact with the atmosphere. Luo Xian had clearly overestimated himself. "I've lost," he grudgingly admitted. "What have you done?" yelled the research director. One of the security guards opened his hand to reveal a few bullet cases. Although they were blackened, they were clearly crimson before. "This is the bullet case of the high-explosive gunpowder. Your man was trying to analyze it." The research director was instantly livid. Speechless, he could only point a finger at Luo Xian in his rage. "Are my orders something to be taken lightly of? When the higher-ups investigate, this will all fall onto me again. You bastards!" Gu Hui also arrived at the scene. His face darkened upon seeing the wreckage. "Explain yourself." The research director yanked Luo Xian before him and said through gritted teeth, "He did this all by himself." Gu Hui looked at Luo Xian plainly. "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" Luo Xian lowered his head. He had thought that he would succeed and earn merit, but instead, he had now ended up disobeying orders on top of causing damages to the headquarters. This was probably the end of his career. "You will go back to logistics," stated Gu Hui coldly before turning around to leave. Luo Xian shuddered. Before, he had left the logistics department on bad terms. A return did not bode well for him. True enough, when he arrived at the logistics department, his past colleagues all ignored him when they saw him. Even the logistics director, who had had high hopes for him in the past, was unwilling to see him. He only sent a secretary to inform Luo Xian of his new position in a small team. If only he had not been so narrow-minded and full of himself, he would not have lost his path and ended up like this. Although he deeply regretted his actions now, it was too late. "I was immature," lamented a bitter Luo Xian. Han Xiao was shocked to hear of what Luo Xian had done from Feng Jun. Not even he, the creator himself, would dare to mess around and open up a completed incendiary bullet. That guy's got some balls. However, the matter was inconsequential to him. All along, Luo Xian had just been a name in the back of his mind. Soon after, Zhang Wei's armored suit was delivered to his workroom. Upon observation, it was a truly crude prototype. Combatant armored suit. Prototype. Type, modular mini-power suit. Grade white. Stats, 682/1400 durability, 35 defense. Power level, 86. Energy level, 250 of 250. Prerequisites, 42 STR, 48 END. Bonus stats, -10 DX. Height, 1.95 meters. Weight, 370 kilograms. Control method, manual, full. Energy source, electricity. Combat consumption rate, 5 energy/min. Core power, 125 of 130. Frame module, spring piston absorber, reduces load by 65%. Power 20. Right arm module, large caliber tri-barreled machine gun. Damage, 105 to 125. Firing rate, 5 shots/second per barrel. Maximum firing rate, 8 shots/second for 5 seconds per barrel. Magazine capacity, 30, plus 120 in the ammo belt. Power level, 75. Power, 35. Left arm module, large caliber tri-barreled machine gun. Right wrist module, knife. Damage, 12 to 15. Power level 9. Power 5. Leg modules, spring boosters, plus 15 speed. Consumes 1 energy/minute when active. Power 30. Attachment, infrared vision. Power, not applicable. Attachment, 6-tipped shield, reduces incoming damage by 12%. Power, not applicable. Tooltip, this abomination is a disgrace to all armored suits in the world. Han Xiao had to agree. It was indeed an ugly piece of work. It looked like someone had just decided to weld a few sheets of metal together. Low power aside, It did not even run on an integrated circuit. No wonder Zhang Wei always fired volleys instead of precise shots. There was no aiming system in place. An armored suit with an integrated circuit would be able to receive and transmit crucial information to its user during a fight. Also, the only automated part of the suit was its legs. Other than the legs, the entire suit's framework had to be operated manually, which explained why Zhang Wei had not used the shield. He wasn't able to at all. Come on. Even though it's a prototype, at least show it some love, you assholes. As Han Xiao examined the suit with crossed arms, numerous ideas began to pop up. However, it was still too soon to rush upgrades. Some of the tweaks he wanted to make required knowledge that he did not currently possess. Hence, after performing just some simple maintenance, Han Xiao got Feng Jun to help him return it to Zhang Wei. Currently, Han Xiao's primary concern was regarding the 3 successfully destroyed germinal bases, and what information he should disclose to Star Dragon next. The 3 captured bases were indeed the only ones located within Star Dragon. If Star Dragon wanted to continue its assault on the germinal organization, they would have to take the fight to a foreign nation. While relations among the 6 nations were truly not that amicable, no one really wanted to continue fighting since a lot of resources had already been depleted during the transition to the new era. Each nation was still counting their losses. Hence, Star Dragon would have to seek the cooperation of the other nations, and that would be complicated to accomplish. Han Xiao himself would also have to be directly involved as he was the key source of information. The question was whether the higher-ups would let Han Xiao leave the western capital. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Feng Jun, who said gravely, Han Xiao, germinal operatives are on the move. They seem to know that you are with us and are trying to track you down. I know. Han Xiao had expected this. He had instructed Li Yilin to use the mecha arm while knowing that Hila would recognize it. Rest assured, there will be men keeping watch around you 24/7. The western capital was Division 13's territory. Even if the germinal organization were to find out Han Xiao's exact location, they would probably not be able to touch him, not easily at least. Still, as there were several superhuman assassins amongst their ranks, Han Xiao knew that he could not afford to let his guard down. Looks like I should prepare some defensive measures. Help me draw 2 Berserk Eagle handguns from the armory. The Berserk Eagle was a close-range, large-caliber handgun. It had an effective range of 30 m, where its power was comparable to that of a sniper rifle. It would work wonders with Han Xiao's strafe. However, Han Xiao would need more. Over the past 3 days, Han Xiao had gained 100,000 experience points from crafting gunpowder. He decided to spend 40,000 to raise basic refining to LV 5, fulfilling the requirements for crafting the platinum alloy. It's time for upgrades. A few days ago, upon learning of the appearance of the mecha arm in the hands of a Star Dragon agent, the boss came to the conclusion that it must have been Zero who leaked information on their 3 bases to Star Dragon. Is he a psychic? The boss found it hard to explain how Zero could have accessed top-secret information. In fact, he had not once suspected Zero. Instead, he had mistakenly assumed that there was a traitor amongst his ranks. As a result, he had even wrongly killed 1 commander. His mind flashed back to a month ago, where Zero had declared his intention to destroy them. The boss clenched his fist. I may have underestimated you, but you are still a nobody. I don't believe that you possess more intel. Pass down my order. Recruit some wanderers to investigate Zero's trail in Star Dragon. The germinal organization will reward those who find him. If found, send Rosa to finish him off. Rosa, like Hila, was a germinal commander. She was an assassin. Each commander had their own specialty, but no one knew exactly how many commanders there were, not even most germinal agents themselves. The boss gazed into the distance. Did you think that gaining Star Dragon's protection would keep you safe? Naive. Chapter 54, Beta Test. Chapter 54, Beta Test. Translator, MJ_editor. Millman 97. The platinum alloy was an alloy composed from a few rare ores. Han Xiao had to spend quite a sum of money to purchase enough of them. After making the alloy, Han Xiao used it to craft a retractable knife and another lightweight mecha arm. Both had above-average stats, as expected, and the retractable knife was even of a higher grade. Retractable platinum knife. Grade green. Base stats: 24 to 28 damage, 355 durability. Bonus stats: plus 3 DX. Length: 0.77 m. Weight: 8.7 kilograms. Additional effects: retractable, this knife's blade can be retracted. Durable, the platinum alloy in this knife makes it less susceptible to wear and tear. Note: this knife can even be used as a shield. The following day, Feng Jun came over to deliver the 2 Berserk Eagles. The Berserk Eagle had a slight longer barrel than the average handgun, and it was much more destructive at close range. Upon testing, they proved capable of blowing a chunk out of a test dummy's head. The recoil was also extremely powerful, but Han Shao possessed enough strength to tame the beasts. They would serve as his protection against assassinations alongside the platinum retractable knife. Han Shao also altered his clothes to conceal several magazines, 2 magazines of incendiary ammo and 4 regular ones. For regular ammo, Han Shao chose to use steel core bullets as their penetrative power suited the Berserk Eagle well. Han Shao brought up the information tab to check his remaining experience points. He currently had close to 200,000. In version 1.0 Galaxy, it was thought for a while that investing experience points into skills instead of leveling was optimal. The reasoning for this was that, since the death cost was low around LV 20 to 30, it was an optimal level range to grind PvP. Unfortunately, it had all been someone's ploy. When the system congratulatory message popped up to celebrate the first LV 60 player in version 1.0, the entire server was first stunned, then outraged. It was none other than the same guy who had advocated the theory of self-capping one's level. Han Shao decided to spend 180,000 experience points to level up 3 times. Novice Technician has leveled up, plus 30 energy, plus 1 DEX, plus 1 END, plus 1 INT, plus 3 unassigned stat points, plus 1 talent point. Novice Technician has leveled up, plus 30 energy, plus 1 DEX, plus 1 END, plus 1 INT, plus 3 unassigned stat points, plus 1 talent point. Novice Technician has leveled up, plus 30 energy, plus 1 DEX, plus 1 END, plus 1 INT, plus 3 unassigned stat points, plus 1 talent point. Besides these newly acquired stats, Han Shao had also gained 30 energy from regular use of the energy training technique over the past few days, so his energy was now LV 4 at a total of 280. LV 4 energy 200, plus 3 STR, plus 4 DEX, plus 5 END, plus 4 INT, plus 150 max stamina, plus 4% crafting speed, plus 4% machinery power. In total, Han Shao gained plus 10 STR, plus 10 DEX, plus 14 END, plus 8 INT, plus 320 max stamina, plus 10% crafting speed, and plus 10% machinery power from energy bonuses, which made up nearly a third of his total stats. Initially, Han Shao had invested quite a number of points into STR and END in order to ensure his survival during his escape from the Germinal laboratory, but now, as he could focus solely on INT, which was all that a technician needed, he immediately spent all 9 unassigned stat points on INT, reaching a total of 58 points. Now LV 24 and also a LV 4 Novice Technician, Han Zhao's combat power was at 160 ONA. At this rate, I should be able to remain much stronger than the first batch of players for a while. Suddenly, a notification sound played. When Han Shao opened up the notification, he received a huge shock. Beta testing has been scheduled. Retrieving information. Retrieval complete. Beta test period, 12 days. Beta testing. I completely forgot about that. Han Shao vaguely remembered that the beta test had been a 2-day event. As time was accelerated by 6 times in Galaxy, that translated to exactly 12 days. The beta test period was extremely short and only had 30,000 slots. Most of them were taken up by big corporations and gaming organizations, leaving only a fraction to be distributed through a lottery system. Han Shao was not lucky enough to win a slot. From his memory, the beta test was held only a week before official launch, translating to about over a month inside the game. Yet, On the system information interface, the countdown still displayed 130 days. Could it be that the in-game clock runs differently when service is down? That must be it. Each version update takes 2 or 3 days to go live, but between updates years could have passed by in-game. It makes sense. Han Xiao rubbed his chin with his fingers and realized that a beard was growing. He had been in Galaxy for over half a year. He suddenly remembered a controversial version update from his past life, the Chosen Ones. This version update was unlike any other. Other updates typically came with world-changing events and incidents, but this one had completely lacked a theme. No one could make sense of the version's title, nor its contents. Suddenly, the interface lit up, giving Han Xiao a start. NPC functions unlocked. Discussion board unlocked. NPC functions? What's this? As it did not come with any further information, it seemed that Han Xiao would have to figure it out on his own. In any case, it was likely to do with the ways that NPCs interacted with players, such as handing out quests, buying and selling goods, and imparting skills. In the beta test, the 30,000 players were distributed across over a dozen planets. Han Xiao was not too concerned over this, as 1,000 or 2,000 players per planet would not really have much of an impact. Official release would be when all hell broke loose. Nonetheless, interacting with some of them would be a good opportunity to learn more about his NPC functions. The discussion board, on the other hand, was something that Han Xiao was already familiar with. It was an internal forum that players frequented a lot, especially while waiting to revive. To think that we would meet again. It's probably only unlocked now due to the time being synced up. The button for the discussion board was located on a corner of the interface. Upon opening it up, Han Xiao was greeted by an empty forum. The account name on the top right of the window indicated guest, and the registration button was grayed out. Han Xiao clicked it out of curiosity, attempting to connect to the dive capsule. No player detected. Registration failed. It took a few moments for Han Xiao to understand why accounts for the discussion board could only be created with the unique ID of the user's dive capsule. This rule was implemented as a measure against trolls. Well, I can't create a forum account, but at least I can access the forum for reading. There were a million questions on Han Xiao's mind regarding the state of his existence. Perhaps this forum would be able to give him the answers if he watched out for his own username. Interacting with the beta testers will be a good start. Character name, Frenzied Sword. Regular settings selected. Character creation complete. Race, human, yellow. Based on your preferences, you have been matched to Planet Aquamarine. Starting zone, Big Horn Village, 24.152, 182.644. Spawning. Please wait. Chapter 55, Our First Day Together. Chapter 55, Our First Day Together. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman97. Big Horn Village was one of several starting zones on Planet Aquamarine. As Frenzied Sword's consciousness slowly adjusted, he found himself standing atop a lush field. The warmth of the sun felt just like it was real, and so too did the earthly smell of the soil. When he looked down to see his two arms, he was shocked by how realistic they looked and felt. It was a small field, and Frenzied Sword noticed that there were hundreds of other players around him. They too were curiously examining their bodies. Each player's name was displayed on the top of his head. Following the mini-guide shown during character creation, Frenzied Sword opened up the character information window. It displayed that he was LV1 and also showed the default starting equipment that he was equipped with: a shirt, a pair of pants, and a pair of shoes. They did not come with any stat bonuses. Damn it, I can't strip. A fellow player nearby was causing a commotion. He appeared to be trying to remove his pants unsuccessfully. What the hell are you even trying to do that for? The alarmed Frenzied Sword decided that moving away would be a good idea. Frenzied Sword was a professional gamer, albeit not so well known. Aspiring professional gamer would be more accurate. He had only recently joined the scene, so he was, by all counts, a newcomer. He had been keeping a close eye on Galaxy ever since learning of its promising esports prospects. So when the beta test was announced, he immediately asked his association for a slot. As the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. Frenzied Sword was determined to succeed in this new game. Conversation broke out amongst the crowd. "This is so realistic. What should we do now? Any hints?" Suddenly, a white-bearded, fearsome-looking white elderly man appeared before the crowd and bellowed, "All of you outsiders, if you want to eat, then find yourself a job. Loafers are not welcome in our village. The crops in our farms need picking, and the shops to the south need workers. As long as you work hard, you will have food to eat." Beside the player's health bars were 2 other bars for hunger and thirst. Upon reaching 0, the player would gain a hungry or thirsty debuff that would cause their health to drop. Frenzied Sword examined the old man. Based on your level, you acquired the following information. Xander, Big Horn Mountain Village Chief. Level? Stats? I am your village chief now. Danger level, middle. Players had an examine function that allowed them to learn an NPC's name and information. However, the amount of information obtained differed based on their level difference. The weapon store sells guns, bullets, and other weapons. The marketplace is where people sell food and water, and the amphitheater is where you will find mounts to rent. If you wish to leave, there is a train station several kilometers north of here. If you wish to learn a craft, the blacksmiths or the tailors are good choices. Xander's explanation filled in the new players on their situation. There were only a few subclasses and 1 combat class, Novice Hunter, available in this village, and they cost money to learn. Frenzied Sword opened up the map to find it mostly shrouded in fog. Before he explored the planet, he would have to first earn money. Is it possible to take on hunting quests straight away? Frenzied Sword recognized the man. Slice you up as the guild leader of the guild, Kill All. His IGN was telling of his personality. Upon hearing his question, Xander burst out into laughter. You weaklings think that you stand a chance against wild beasts? See those mountains over there? If you are not afraid to die, then by all means try, but it looks to me like none of you are even strong enough to even take on a silver hyena. The players looked towards where the old man pointed to see a range of forested mountains in the distance. Some of the mountains stood so tall that the clouds seemed to encircle them like huge, coiling pythons, creating an extremely scenic view that stole the breaths of the players. The graphics were incredibly lifelike. Galaxy was clearly ahead of the competition. Refusing to believe the old man, Slice You Up took his party to purchase some basic equipment with the starting money of $100 and headed for the mountains. It did not take long for them to return. Slice You Up, in particular, was shaken up quite badly. The first beast that he had encountered was a gorilla larger than an adult man. As soon as he raised his dagger, the gorilla threw its excrement at him, the force of which blew up his head. And it only got better. He respawned in the middle of a stampede. Why the hell would that freaking monkey know how to throw its excrement? Must everything be so realistic? For some reason, the foul smell still lingered around even after respawning. The developers were definitely trolling when they decided to add in this smell. WTF? Aren't those monsters too strong? They didn't even stand a chance. He only managed to do 1 damage. Damn it. I dropped the knife I just bought. The amount of experience lost upon death depended on the character level. The respawn time also increased with each death. For the first death, respawning only took 10 seconds, but it would take a minute for the second, 5 for the third, and half an hour for the fourth, increasing up to a whopping 6 days. Death was very costly in the galaxy. Each character could also only die up to 10 times every day, 6 days in-game. Reaching this limit would result in a character lock until the next day. It was an anti-addiction system that proved to be more effective than the exhaustion system of certain mobile games. The kill-all party's sad state immediately deterred the other players from thinking of hunting monsters. They quickly dispersed to find work to do. As Xander watched over the buzz, he stroked his beard with a smile. The reward is so low. I only got $50. Leveling is so slow. It took me half an hour of quests just to earn enough experience to level up. Everything feels so real. I hit myself to test, and blood actually came out. Amazing. Something is wrong with you, dude. The start was not as easy as the players had expected. Everyone was at least put on a level playing field. Furthermore, there was an extremely high degree of freedom for them to choose what they wanted to do. As the players went about their quests, many started to find themselves enjoying the game. Quests were tiring yet felt so fulfilling. Today is a blessed day. Are you a pro gamer too? Frenzied Sword recognized the trio walking towards him. They were also famous pros. Twinkle Fried Rice, a genius lauded for his mechanical skills, Sleepy Winter, a super veteran of esports, and Rainy Kim, a female idol gamer with tens of millions of fans. In the face of these big gods of the gaming world, Frenzied Sword felt as though he had shrunk a few feet. Is something the matter? Sleepy Winter laughed, replying, I was wondering, did you notice that the map sold in this town costs $3,000? Chapter 56, Encounter. Chapter 56, Encounter. Translator, MJ_editor, Millman 97. There were 3 groups of beta testers. The first group were casual gamers who won their spots from the lottery system, while the second group were professional gamers or prolific personalities for whom a certain number of spots were reserved for. As for the third group of beta testers, they bought their accounts from resellers. The casual gamer would only be interested in checking out the game, but the latter two shared the same reason for playing the beta, to get a head start. This beta test will only last for 12 days in terms of game time. It's quite obvious that doing the beginner quests here is a waste of time, but you should have noticed that we are not forced to do them at all. What we should do is to take advantage of our head start and start exploring this world. We can be the first to discover all of this planet's secrets and treasures. Frenzied Sword nodded slowly. As time was indeed limited, to dawdle around in a beginner zone did seem like a waste of precious time. Questing here would certainly give them a level advantage over the newer players, but that would be all. In contrast, exploring seemed like a more promising and definitely more fun option. But why would you tell me all this? He asked. Sleepy Winter laughed. Those big guilds will definitely realize this soon enough. The problem is that they have the advantage in numbers, so they will easily be able to buy the map. What do you say to joining our party? It will definitely make things easier. Frenzied Sword accepted the invitation without hesitation. How are we splitting the cost? Asked Twinkle Fried Rice. Since I suggested it, I'll contribute more, replied Sleepy Winter. I don't like to owe people, so I'll contribute 1,000, added Rainy Kim coldly. My part's settled. She immediately turned around and left to earn money from quests. Sleepy Winter rubbed his nose bitterly. We've known each other for a few years already. Why won't you give me a chance? With the money they earned from questing, the 4 of them were able to procure the map the following day. Obtaining it cleared some of the fog on their maps, and it also provided basic information on the planet's current situation. They learnt of the 6 nations, the Germinal Organization, and the Revolutionary Army, amongst other factions. According to this, the 2 biggest powers are the 6 nations and the Germinal Organization. The 6 nations seem to have quite a number of training schools and academies. It'll probably be easier to learn a main class there. Let's see. Seems like Stardragon isn't a bad choice. Bighorn Mountain was situated in Stardragon, and the public train station was not too far away. Sleepy Winter nodded. We don't have much time. It'll take about 3 days for us to reach the capital. Frenzied Sword groaned inwardly. He was starting to regret having joined the party. However, he knew that it was too late for him to chicken out. freewebvl.com. The journey could not be skipped, so the party had to sit through the entire 3 days. There were some quests available on the train, but overall it was not a pleasant trip at all. They did, however, have the forums to stifle their boredom. On the forums, players were posting about their experiences on the different starting zones. It provided them with much amusement, except for Frenzied Sword, who could not stop worrying about the passing time. After 3 days, the train arrived at the western capital. Upon arriving at the great metal fences, each of them received a system message, alerting them of a new explored location. So, discovering places gives experience too. Huh? This is amazing, gasped Twinkle Fried Rice as he looked around. Everything was extremely realistic, down to the way that people were casting him strange looks. The group proceeded to the security checkpoint where they were scanned for weapons. After passing the check, the guard gave them each a temporary ID card, and they received a system message notifying them that they had unlocked reputation with Star Dragon. Star Dragon. Reputation 0. Current relationship. Neutral. Temporary citizen. Shall we continue as a group or go our own ways? Asked Sleepy Winter. I'll follow you, replied Twinkle Fried Rice immediately with a grin. The two of them were from the same gaming club. Rainy Kim also decided to join them as some company was better than none. No bullying me, she said flatly. Sleepy Winter laughed. Unintentional or not, this girl said the cutest things. They exchanged a few more lines before Sleepy Winter finally turned to Frenzied Sword and asked, "What about you?" Frenzied Sword was furious at being so blatantly overlooked, but he understood that there was no point in forcing himself to tag along. No need. He waved his hand and stammered, "I prefer playing alone." "All right then, good luck." As Frenzied Sword watched the trio of gods depart, he mumbled to himself, "Sooner or later, I'll become popular too." The Western capital was obviously a first-class city. Here, there would definitely be plenty of opportunities for him to surpass them and become number one. Renewed with ambition, Frenzied Sword began to head off in another direction. Suddenly, he noticed a masked man watching him. Something about the way the man was looking at him seemed odd. As Frenzied Sword felt a chill run down his spine, he instinctively used the examine function. Name, Han Xiao? Level? Stats? Danger level, fatal. Chapter 57, Quest Reward Settings. Chapter 57. Quest Reward Settings. Translator. MJ_editor. Millman 97. Fatal danger. Frenzied Sword gulped. Even the armored security guard just now only had a high danger level. This was his most dangerous encounter yet. Who exactly was this guy whose information was full of question marks? Shouldn't it be safe in the city? Will today be the first time that I die? Suddenly, the man spoke. Examining someone you just met? That's not very polite. Frenzied Sword gave a start. According to the official information, an NPC would know if it had been examined if it was over 30 levels higher than the player using the function. Han Xiao chuckled to himself. He had simply predicted Frenzied Sword's course of action. After learning of the beta test, Han Xiao had taken note of all the nearby starting zones on his map. The closest one was none other than Big Horn Mountain Village. It was only 3 days away, but Han Xiao did not want to leave the western capital as Germinal was actively looking for him. While keeping track of the influx of posts on the forums, Han Xiao came across a thread created by a player called Sleepy Winter. It was a post about the benefits of exploration. Han Xiao knew who Sleepy Winter was, a legendary pro gamer who was quite active in public forums. He liked to discuss strategies and create guides. He was a good man, handsome beside the point, and naturally had a huge fan base. In the Chinese server, he had ranked consistently amongst the top 30. Han Xiao himself had only ever peaked at 47th, and during a period of time he even fell out of the top 100. That lesson that he had learnt then was to stay away from girls, if you want to succeed. Once, he had shared his thoughts regarding this with the 28-year-old owner of the convenience store below his apartment building who he was on friendly terms with. The bachelor had laughed him off. FRUUBovel.cm. Cool story, bro, he said. But I'd rather have a girl. To which Han Xiao had replied, but which girl would have you? That was the day that Han Xiao lost his special discount at that store. The rankings were not based purely on combat. In Galaxy, there were all kinds of competitions apart from fighting, from treasure hunts to monster killing, and even races. As Han Xiao had taken on a number of revenge assignments from other players, his combat ability was quite polished. Unfortunately, he had lacked in other areas, such as trash talking. He never forgot to practice it, though. After reading the thread, Han Xiao had guessed that there would probably be a few players who would make it to the western capital. As such, over the past few days, he had spent some time keeping an eye out for any at the city entrance. He was able to spot the party of 4 easily as their names were, to Han Xiao's surprise, clearly displayed over their heads. Furthermore, 3 of their names were those of famous people. Han Xiao was not sure if the reason he could see their names was that he, too, had an interface. Nevertheless, it was a good thing. Just like how players could see the names of NPCs, Han Xiao could recognize them on sight. The reason that he had decided to make direct contact with a player was to test out his NPC functions. "Brave adventurer, do you have time to help me?" A standard line for a quest giver. Frenzied Sword's eyes widened. To think that I'd get the chance to interact with a high-level NPC this soon. "This place is the best," he replied as calmly as he could. "I am willing to help. I need a loaf of bread. Can you find one?" A confirmation window popped up as soon as Han Xiao asked the question. "Do you wish to issue a quest to Frenzied Sword? Y/N. It really works. Hold on, why are there automated prompts for an NPC function? Maybe I can automate my own actions too." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Now was not the time to worry about those questions. "Yes." A window appeared, along with some messages. "Please set the requirements and rewards for the mission. The amount of experience that you can hand out is limited based on your level, rank, influence, and myth. Note: you can choose to give objects that you possess ownership of as rewards. Money, items, experience, skills, etc. The window was split into two sections. On the left side was a drop-down menu that allowed Han Xiao to select the quest type. There were a ton of quest types to choose from. On the right side was for inputting the rewards. There were two lines, maximum reward and daily reward limit. The maximum reward was currently set to 11,600 experience points. It also seemed to be provided by the system, meaning that Han Xiao would not have need to fork any out of his own pocket. Daily reward limit referred to the amount of experience reward that Han Xiao could issue out in a day. Currently, it was fixed at 5 times the maximum reward. 5 times 11,600 is equal to 58,000. Maximum reward, 11,600 EXP. Level, 24, 7,200 EXP. Rank, E, 300 EXP. Factions, Germinal, Hated 1000 EXP. Division 13 Neutral, 400 EXP. Myth level 0. As Han Xiao tested the settings out, he discovered a limitation. If the current maximum reward did not meet the minimum amount required for a quest, he would not be able to issue it. A rank A quest such as destroying the Germinal organization would require a rank A reward. Han Xiao's maximum reward of 11,600 meant that he could only issue E-rank quests. D-rank quests required a reward of at least 30,000 EXP. The reward criteria also seemed to differ among the different quest types. No further messages popped up to explain this, so it seemed like Han Xiao would have to figure it out on his own through trial and error. Han Xiao tried to issue himself a quest, but it failed. If only I could have some of that sweet experience. Although he now had the ability to hand out experience like water, he himself was only earning about 20,000 to 30,000 EXP a day. Of course, there was no way that he would help someone else. Seems like I could use this to my advantage though. Han Xiao's eyes began to twinkle. It was possible to use this function to manipulate players into doing his bidding. After all, players would do any quest if the reward was high enough. Han Xiao suddenly had an epiphany. I have to increase my maximum reward. In most games, it was the key high-level NPCs who gave the hardest missions and the highest rewards. The quest function system made perfect sense. Han Xiao issued a regular mission to Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword stared at the mission window with his mouth agape. What kind of high-level NPC would ask for a loaf of bread and reward only $1? Hold on. He could just be testing me. Frenzied Sword recalled that in some of the games he had played before, there were indeed quests like this. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to him. So Frenzied Sword whipped out all 7 of the bread loaves he had in his possession and put them into Han Xiao's hands. "This is all the bread I have," he added sincerely. Han Xiao was stunned. What's going on? Are gamers these days so excessive with doing quests? Nonetheless, a completion dialogue popped up when Han Xiao received the bread. There were too many quest types to test out, so Han Xiao decided to try out the other NPC functions. There was an icon in the shape of a person beside Frenzied Sword's name above his head. When Han Xiao focused on it, an RPG-style meter bar popped out. The bar was half red, half green, and with a needle at the center. Do you want to adjust favorability with Frenzied Sword? I can even do this. Han Xiao was a bit scared to try. What if changing this also adjusted his thoughts? If I set favorability to maximum, will I turn gay on the spot? No, 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 no. I can't risk that. Han Xiao decided to test it by moving the needle slightly left to reduce favorability by 5. He heaved a sigh of relief when nothing else seemed to change. This function isn't very useful. Your favorability with Han Xiao has dropped by 5. Current status: Stranger. What the? Why would my favorability go down after quest completion? What the hell? Chapter 58 Greatest Scam Ever. Chapter 58 Greatest Scam Ever. Translator: MJ_editor. Millman 97. As Han Xiao was wondering if he could perform transactions with players, he began to laugh shadily. Hey kid, not bad. I only sell my goods to people I like, and I like you. Frenzied Sword's jaw dropped. My favorability dropped, but he still says that he likes me. Do you want to open up a shop to Frenzied Sword? Y/N. Confirm. A shop window immediately popped up. The window was divided into 2 sections. The left section was titled Item Shop, and there was a system hint saying that it was possible for Han Xiao to put up items on display even if they were not currently on his person. The right section was titled Skill Shop, where Han Xiao could put his own skills up for sale. Han Xiao fiddled around with the settings. Please set a price. You may select money, experience, or items. You may also set buying requirements such as favorability, level, skills, class, etc. So far, Han Xiao had been dealing in Aquamarine's international currency, the Aquamarine dollar. The Inar was the standard universal currency. Han Xiao discovered to his surprise that the shop function allowed him to set the item price in any currency that he had ever come into contact with. An idea suddenly came to Han Xiao. I can set favorability requirements to attract players to keep coming back for quests. Han Xiao was reminded of how he had spent long hours grinding out high-difficulty quests just to achieve exalted status with the Alliance of Light, all for the sake of a battleship. Now, however, the tables had turned. This interface is the best. A shop interface popped up in front of Frenzied Sword. As he scanned through the items, his eyes began to widen in disbelief. Godly equips, he blurted. freewebnovel.com. Retractable knife, incendiary bullets, 73 wasp, Jackson assault rifle, bayonet rifle. Frenzied Sword was shaking uncontrollably. To him, all of these were godly equips that would allow him to surpass any other player. However, his expression changed when he looked at their price tags. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. Even the cheapest of them, the incendiary bullets, cost $100 each, while the lightweight mecha arm required 10 favorability. This is daylight robbery. And how am I supposed to gain favorability with this NPC when completing his quests reduces it instead? No wonder this NPC's danger level is so high. It's definitely still too early to interact with him. But Frenzied Sword only knew true pain when he took a look at the skill shop. Basic combat, basic shooting, submission. The sight of these skills caused Frenzied Sword to start drooling, until he saw their prices. There was also a mechanic class change tome, and an array of mechanic skills, but none of them were as eye-catching as the energy training technique. Godly skill. Han Xiao shook his head upon seeing Frenzied Sword's reaction. You aren't a technician, so you are unable to learn it. By now, Han Xiao had already been solidified as a secret NPC in Frenzied Sword's mind. If I can make him my teacher, I will definitely become rank 1 in no time. But I really wanted to be a pugilist. That much was obvious from his in-game name. Damn it! This had better be worth it. Are you sure you want to become a mechanic? Y/N. Yes. Basic weaponry learnt. You have gained 500 EXP $100. Buying a skill was like paying for lessons, and Han Xiao's skill level would remain unchanged. Of course, the skills that Han Xiao had chosen to put on display were the more common and easily obtainable ones. Not that any player would know at this point. Frenzied Sword's reaction to energy training technique confirmed this. He obviously did not know that the skill was automatically given to all characters after the first advancement at LV 20. It wasn't that Han Xiao was trying to scam him, though. On the contrary, he had purposely set its cost at a whopping 10,000 EXP and $3,000 just to make the shop look nicer. He had also placed a requirement of 10 favorability on it. Oh right. Han Xiao quickly reverted Frenzied Sword's favorability back to 0, which caused him to immediately have the wrong idea. I must buy more things from him in order to increase favorability. Suddenly, the NPC began to walk away. Where can I find you? Yelled a flustered Frenzied Sword after him. Han Xiao thought for a moment before handing him a piece of paper with the workshop's address on it. As Frenzied Sword watched him leave, he began to grow excited. This is my chance. With those skills and equips, I will definitely be able to climb to the top. Suddenly, his expression froze. I cannot let anyone find this secret NPC. To a city as big as the Western capital, a few beta testers were truly insignificant. For now, Han Xiao did not have any interest in them. The only reason he had come into contact with one was to test the NPC functions, and they certainly did not disappoint. Han Xiao was already thinking up ways to use them for scamming players. Frenzied Sword. As Han Xiao thought back to the player from before, scenes from another lifetime began to play out in his mind. In his previous life, Frenzied Sword had been part of the first batch of professional Galaxy players. As a pugilist, he had taken the first competitive season by storm and won one of 24 spots to represent China internationally. This honor alone had cemented his status as a legend. Unfortunately, this future pugilist legend was now a mechanic. Han Xiao did not know exactly how Frenzied Sword's fortunes would play out in this timeline, but he did know one thing for sure. There would be no Frenzied Sword representing China in the near future. The only reason Han Xiao dared to choose the mechanic class was that he knew it would eventually become the strongest class. However, this was something that no other player could know. In fact, the class seemed so bad from the start that in Han Xiao's past life, numerous gamers, including pros, who chose the mechanic class would give up their characters and restart in another class. I feel like I scammed him big time or something. Han Xiao shook his head. Scam? Nah. He made the decision himself. On the contrary, if he can endure a few patches, then he'll have me to thank. Yeah. Chapter 59 B-Class Mission Triggered. Chapter 59 B-Class Mission Triggered. Translator MJ_editor Millman 97. From enlisting in the Star Dragon Army to joining underworld societies, there was no lack of work opportunities for players in the Western capital. Even just by walking on the streets and interacting with NPCs, there were plenty of quests waiting to be triggered. From the money that they earned from these common quests such as find the missing purse, rescue the cat stuck on the tree, and other collection missions, it became clear to Sleepy Winter that exploring had been the right thing to do. Of course, as the Western capital was a high-level zone, there were many places that the trio found inaccessible at their current level. Rainy Kim had been rejected at the gates of the Western Capital Academy, while Twinkle Fried Rice had been held at gunpoint when he tried to enter District 1, almost giving away his first death. The day after, the trio enlisted in the Star Dragon Army, thereby gaining their first combat class, Recruit. After a couple of training quests, their faction changed from Star Dragon to Star Dragon Army, and they earned the rank of Private. Out of goodwill, Sleepy Winter messaged Frenzied Sword to let him know about being able to join the army, but Frenzied Sword only replied briefly in acknowledgement. For some reason, he seemed uninterested. What Sleepy Winter did not know was that Frenzied Sword was preoccupied with trying to win Han Xiao's favor. In order to test out the limitations of the quest function, Han Xiao entertained Frenzied Sword and issued him with all sorts of strange quests, such as kick 10 people in the ass, strip a patrolling officer of his shorts, remain in a ballerina pose for 5 minutes, and many more. From these tests, Han Xiao learned that as long as the maximum reward was able to match the quest's difficulty, he would be able to choose any type of quest scenario that he wanted. Meanwhile, things were a bit different on the receiving end. Frenzied Sword, who found himself only being assigned crude and twisted quests, gradually began to develop a sense of fear toward Han Shao. Nonetheless, he religiously completed all of the quests, as the experience that Han Shao rewarded him with was several times more than the standard reward. That alone was enough for him to ignore his own morals. The quests allowed him to level up rapidly, and he used the earnings themselves to learn more basic skills from Han Shao. freewebnovel.com. The beta test might have been unexpected for Han Shao, but overall, it did not do much to disrupt his plans. The beta players were simply too scattered and few in number to have much influence on their respective starting planets. 12 days was not enough time for them to level up significantly. It would take longer for a breeze to develop into a storm. In the long haul, however, the influx of players would be like a gold mine to Han Shao. Helping to strengthen Frenzied Sword was only the first step. Soon, his progress would definitely catch the attention of the other players and his own association. His association would certainly capitalize on it and release information on this secret NPC in order to gain popularity. That was when the money and experience would start pouring in for Han Shao. Frenzied Sword might have thought he was hogging Han Shao to himself, but he was actually dancing in the palm of his hand. Official launch countdown: 126 days, 11 hours, 32 minutes. Aside from crafting incendiary bullets, Han Shao spent most of his free time browsing the forums. Although it was usually buzzing with discussion and players would frequent it while their characters were dead or had set up shop, there were only beta players posting now. The women on Aquamarine are so beautiful. Urgently looking for party members to fight the sand bandits. Location: Fallen Dragon Valley, Planet Long Tune. Coordinates are: a shot of Planet Brighton's magical floating city. I somehow transformed myself into some tentacled monster. How do I change back? Damn it. Teach me how. Most of the threads were posted to request help or share information. Some parties also used the forums as a means to record and share their progress. There were over a dozen beginner planets of various civilizations available in the beta: magical civilizations, scientific civilizations, and religious civilizations, to name a few. The societal structure of each planet also varied. The most popular planet seemed to be Planet Winterfrost, which was ruled by the Void Demon race. The planet also served as an outpost for the Destruction Army, whose aim was to destroy all civilizations. In Han Zhao's past life, they were an enemy who had given him quite a headache. As Han Shao refreshed the forum page, a new thread caught his attention. First B-class quest. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. He recalled that the first B-class mission had only appeared after the official launch. How could someone have unlocked such a high-class mission during the beta test? Curious, he entered the thread to see that it was already erupting with discussion. Who are you trying to fool? I haven't even seen a D-class quest yet. Are you dumb? He posted pictures as proof. They must be fake. Why is there only a quest name but no quest information? Nice try, clown. Who would want to share their quest information with you? It must be super hard. I'm still at the beginner zone. Does anyone know how to get out? The poster is the official account of the Throne of God's Guild. They're legit. It should be true. Does anyone know which planet this is? All of you are noobs. Sorry, my dog ran over my keyboard. Han Shao chuckled. In his nostalgia, he continued reading through all the banter before finally checking out the contents of the original post. There was only a cropped screenshot of a quest name. B-class quest. Investigate 0. Han Shao scrolled up to check the poster's name. Throne of Gods. The Throne of Gods was a prestigious guild that boasted a lineup of renowned gamers. They were so big that they even had their own line of goods. In his previous life, Han Shao had once taken up an assignment to strip their leader and take pictures of him in various embarrassing poses. He had then posted them on the forums with the title, "Shocking! Why would the leader of the Throne of Gods?" and charged a fee for viewing. While Han Shao had earned his money, he had also ended up being chased around by the entire guild for an entire month. Ah, I miss player killing. Han Shao sighed as he turned around to look at Frenzied Sword, causing him to freeze up. Han Shao shook his head. If things went as they had previously, the Throne of Gods would join the Germinal faction to become the biggest player guild on their side. It was already looking likely. Germinal must be hellbent on getting him this time, for even beta players to be able to acquire the mission to look for him. For the average player, it would be impossible to evade the notice of Division 13 while trying to locate Han Shao by themselves. Normally, it would take a large amount of people to even have a chance of succeeding. However, the Throne of Gods did not seem to lack manpower. As he considered the situation, Han Shao finally decided on which germinal base to act upon next. The Throne of Gods Guild had 15 players in the beta test. It was a team of core members led by both the leader and the vice leader. Before the beta test started, they had already decided to list science as a preference. Their reasoning was simple. Since the world of Galaxy had a galactic setting, science would definitely be a core driving force of the game. As such, they were all able to start together on Aquamarine and had also quickly purchased a map to begin exploring. The leader, Jupiter, was the one who decided to join the Germinal organization. Their starting zone had also been close to a Germinal base. Jupiter thought that the Germinal organization was probably the strongest faction on the planet, as they able to stand strong against all of the nations on their own. Choosing them had nothing to do with favoring their ideology or anything like that. After all, their only priority was to get stronger, and reality did not betray their expectations. After joining Germinal, they were brought to the Dark Crow Valley base where they underwent tough training to become low-level grunts. The biggest gain that they received there, however, was none other than the B-class quest, Investigate Zero. The only information provided by the quest was that the target, Zero, was currently residing within Star Dragon. At present, the 15 members were having a top-secret meeting to discuss how they would complete the quest. "This is our first B-class quest," said Jupiter in a low voice. "As there doesn't seem to be fighting involved, with our level we have a good chance of succeeding. The rewards are extremely good. With them, we will definitely be able to become the #1 guild. All we know is that Zero is in the country, but Star Dragon is just too big," added Poseidon, a core member of the guild. "The beta test period is too short, so I think that we should only aim to complete the quest after official launch. Now, we should just do some preliminary investigation." Everyone nodded in agreement. The quest information only tells us that Zero is an enemy of the Germinal organization. If we manage to kill him, will there be a bonus reward? Nice thinking, as expected of our leader. "But that would most likely be A-class difficulty," pointed out Poseidon. "There's no impossible quest in a game. We just have to find the way," answered Jupiter matter-of-factly. "The official launch is 1 week after the end of this beta test. During this period of time, we will also have to discuss the matter with the rest of the guild. In any case," added Shiva, the vice leader, "with the backing of our gaming organization, we are the ones with the highest chance of completing this quest." "That is true," agreed Jupiter. "It would be faster if we made use of the other players," suggested Poseidon. Jupiter's eyes lit up. "Good idea. Let's release Zero's face and put up a reward for any valuable leads." Rich guilds had their way of doing things. Chapter 60, Sudden Assassination. Chapter 60, Sudden Assassination. Translator, MJ_editor. Millman 97. "The Throne of Gods sure has deep pockets. If only I could find Zero." The reward on Zero's wanted poster was extremely alluring, but Frenzied Sword knew that as he was operating alone, it would be like trying to search for a needle in a haystack. While it might have been a pity, it did not bother him too much. Frenzied Sword's eyes filled up with fire as he took another look at Han Shao. "As long as I latch onto this guy, I will level up faster than anyone." Initially, performing all the strange quests that Han Shao gave him did give him a sense of aversion. However, he gradually discovered that they not were that bad after all. At the very least, they were interesting to do. Compared to hunting monsters, running around to carry out these errands was much simpler. Of course, this came at the expense of his morality. One day, he realized that his mind was becoming more open, and he had an epiphany. Shame is but an obstacle to human evolution. Me, a pervert? No, no, no. I have simply transcended. I have found the way. Does that guy like you or something? Asked a bemused Lu Qian as she pointed at Frenzied Sword. He was staring at Han Xiao dreamily from the entrance of the workshop. He seems pretty sincere. Why don't you give him a chance? She teased, giggling. It was the first time that she had spoken normally to Han Xiao since the misunderstanding. Han Xiao rolled his eyes and reached out to tickle her, causing her to yell out and dodge, startled. Hugging her sides with crossed arms, Lu Qian watched Han Xiao closely with puppy eyes in anticipation of his next attack. Her grandfather's attempts at playing matchmaker had initially caused her much headache. However, she soon discovered that there was no cause for concern as Han Xiao was not particularly interested in her. To be more specific, he did not even seem to be interested in women at all. Although this eased her worries, it also raised other concerns. A woman's heart is unfathomable. Pay her attention and she might become wary of you, but neglecting her won't do either. Unfortunately, one's looks also play an important factor. If you are good-looking enough, you won't have to worry about it. Lu Qian's casual attire was revealing a tantalizing view of her front, but it did nothing to stir Han Xiao's heart. Having been working for up to 15 hours almost every day recently, crafting had become the only thing that he could think about. Sometimes, he even found himself designing guns and weapons in his dreams. And the scary part was that once, when he woke up, he realized that the designs were all practical. This served as a wake-up call to Han Xiao, and he would think back to fond times with Mei Mei, and a dozen or so more ex-girlfriends to regain his senses. These names all sound the same, but they are different characters in Chinese. A man may die, but he must go down with his bird. Han Xiao ignored Frenzied Sword. By his calculations, the beta test would end in a day. The only reason Han Xiao had chosen to make contact with a player was to test the NPC functions. Suddenly, the interface lit up. You have triggered the sudden quest. Assassination. Quest hint. The assassin is closing in. Completion requirement. Survive the encounter. Quest reward. Unknown. Han Xiao's face stiffened. The attack could happen at any moment. Damn it! Old Lu is not home now. For the quest to have triggered despite Feng Jun and his men keeping watch in the neighborhood meant that the enemy definitely had some kind of special ability to invade without getting detected. There was a high chance that it was a superhuman. Han Xiao immediately dashed into his room to retrieve his equipment. It was vital to avoid dragging Old Lu and Lu Qian into the mix as it could jeopardize his plans to unlock the hidden scenario that he had come here for all along. Facing his attacker head-on was also more of his style. Frenzied Sword chased after Han Xiao. As they ran, Han Xiao began to feel like someone was watching him. The temperature of the air suddenly began to drop, causing Frenzied Sword to rub his arms in fear. Even he could feel the murderous intent in the air. As they walked down an alley, Han Xiao's sense of danger began to escalate from a tingle into an alarm. Darkness was already creeping upon the unknowing pair. Before they realized it, they were transported into a world devoid of sight and sound. Strangely, however, this pitch-black darkness made Han Xiao feel extremely safe and comfortable, as though he were back in his mother's womb. All that remained was an overwhelming allure to fall into eternal slumber. An illusion. Han Xiao forced his eyes open. You are under the attack of an illusion. As your INT is higher than 50, you are able to resist its effects. The darkness around Han Xiao began to shatter as the effects of the illusion faded. As Han Xiao regained his senses, he discovered that there was a man standing 5 meters away with a gun pointed directly at him. The assassin was wearing a victorious smirk. Click. He pulled the trigger. Han Xiao's eyes widened. How am I supposed to dodge a shot at point-blank range? People often say that time slows down in the face of danger. What happened next was on a whole new level. In the face of imminent death, the world around Han Xiao suddenly began to slow down. The expression of panic on Han Xiao's face was replaced by a look of absolute coolness, as his mind cast aside all unnecessary thoughts and emotions in order to process the situation. It's not over yet. The flow of time resumed. In the very instant that the bullet left the barrel, Han Xiao activated Strafe, causing his entire body to seemingly fade and reappear. Strafe's effect allowed the user to move anywhere within a 3-meter radius, but it was not exactly instant. While any movement using strafe would seem extremely fast, moving a shorter distance would be even faster. Han Xiao was able to dodge the fatal shot by moving just 2 inches. The bullet grazed past the side of his face. All it caused was a searing sensation. The assassin's expression changed. How could he have dodged my sure kill shot? With his illusory powers, Norsa had successfully carried out over 100 assassinations for the Germinal organization. So far, it had not mattered whether his targets also had superpowers. However, according to the intel given to him, Zero should at most be at the level of an elite agent. How could someone who relied on machinery to fight be able to break free of his illusion? The intel was completely off the mark. As Han Xiao dodged, he whipped out both berserk eagles from his waist and activated overload as he fired a volley of deafening shots. The recoil from the shots was so powerful that it caused his hands to shake. Bang! 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 All of the shots found their mark on Norsa's chest. Perfect counterattack. Han Zhao's skillful usage of the strafe might not have seemed difficult, but it would not have been possible to pull off without the wealth of combat experience that he possessed. Norsa began to stagger backwards. He had used energy to protect his body. Otherwise he would have been shredded to bits. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he immediately summoned whatever energy he had left to back up and flee. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and gave pursuit as he loaded a gun up with incendiary ammo to fire a shot in the direction of Norsa's escape. The ensuing sea of fire forced Norsa to stop in his tracks. Gritting his teeth, he turned around to face Han Xiao. Norsa's eyes began to glow with a mysterious 7-colored aura. You are under the attack of an illusion. As your INT is higher than 50, you are able to resist its effects. Bang! Han Xiao unhesitatingly fired a single, precise shot that drilled a hole through the assassin's throat. Norsa clutched his neck in horror. My illusory powers have never failed me. Why is he unaffected? Han Xiao strode forward to smack Norsa onto the ground with both guns. He then pressed them against his chest, pinning him to the ground. Bang! The sound of the shot was dull. freewebnovel.cm. As the incendiary bullet penetrated Norsa's body, his internal organs were immediately set ablaze. He began to flail his limbs wildly, but only for a moment. You have killed the Germinal Organization Executor, Norsa LV 25 Superhuman, earning 7,500 EXP. You have completed the sudden quest, Assassination. You have been rewarded with a character summoning card. Han Xiao steadied his breath. Blood had stained his mask and was dripping down his face onto the floor. It was silent, apart from the crackle of the flames. Norsa's death-freed frenzied sword from the illusion. His jaw dropped upon noticing the aftermath of the battle. What the hell just happened here? We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.